Damas y caballeros, en vivo y en directo, bienvenidos a este episodio del Casino del Tío Salo. ¿Cómo de que no, caramba? Donde todos ustedes, bola de degenerados, van a escuchar todo lo que tienen que decir Alex y Farhan, de dónde están viendo el mercado yendo. Sobre todo vamos, como siempre, a empezar con Bitcoin y de ahí vamos a darle a todas las acciones que nos manden aquí. O criptos también en el E-Trading Academy, todos los miembros. Entonces, vamos a darle con eso. Pero como siempre antes, quiero platicar con ustedes de algo muy repetitivo, pero algo que no me deja de volar la cabeza. Y es, no importa, para empezar, vivimos en la mejor época del planeta, que es donde puedes hacer dinero haciendo nada. Me senté en mi culo desde marzo, ¿no? Desde abril de este año. Y ayer nos llevamos unas buenas ganancias con Tesla. Vamos a ver cómo nos va con ese trade a fin de cuentas, qué es lo que pasa. Eso lo hace divino. Ninguna empresa, por cierto, funciona así. No puedes abrir una empresa, invertir en un negocio. Tengo inversiones en un chingo de negocios que me estoy esperando por años a que pueda tener una salida en cada uno de ellos, ¿no? Entonces, cuando hablas de la bolsa, no hay nada tan líquido y tan delicioso para simplemente hacer dinero. Es una de las cosas más sencillas del mundo y vivimos en la era más loca de la bolsa de todas. Entonces, por eso me hace, a mí, además de los beneficios del dinero delicioso que te llevas, se me hace muy divertido analizarlo, entendiendo lo fácil que somos como humanos en caer en pendejadas. Es brutal. Y no importa cuántas veces la repitan y qué tan cerca. ¿Cuántas veces les he dicho que repiten todo cada 2 años, ¿no? Y el ejemplo que siempre les doy es cuando Elon Musk compró Twitter, que todo el mundo dijo, nos tenemos que ir a otro lugar, vámonos a Threads. Y Mark Zuckerberg abrió un Twitter idéntico y todo el mundo dijo que Twitter iba a fallar por eso. 2 años después, Elon hizo enojar otra vez a las mismas personas y todo el mundo, bueno, vámonos a Blue Sky. Porque tenían que abrir otra? ¿Por qué no se podían ir solamente a Threads, que era la primera, no? Y a todo el mundo se le olvidó que eso pasó 2 años antes. Lo mismo ocurre con todo, pero ahora estos tíos se han dado cuenta que no solamente tienen que esperar 2 años, bueno, que no tienen que esperar 2 años, se han dado cuenta que esto lo pueden hacer cada 3 meses, 3, 4 meses, y a nadie le pinta en la cabeza. Y esto me ayuda a mí personalmente porque entiendo perfectamente lo que están buscando hacer y cómo reaccionar. Esto es importante lo que les estoy contando, porque quiero que entiendan, quiero que aprendan a analizar el mercado como yo. Yo no veo el mercado con noticias financieras, leo las noticias y me envuelvo en eso. Yo veo el mercado, las noticias financieras, como qué es lo que te están vendiendo. Cuando veo un comercial de Coca-Cola, cuando veo un comercial de Pepsi, cuando veo un comercial de Taco Bell, me gusta entender cómo lo están haciendo, qué es lo que están vendiendo, cómo lo hacen. Cuando veo comerciales de coches me frustro cabrón porque no hacen el comercial del coche. Te enseñan un coche y una historia paralela que no tiene nada que ver con el coche y se van. Entonces, yo soy un fan de eso. Saben que tuve una empresa de marketing, ya no lo hago más, muy exitosa, donde no me costaba un centavo hacer nada por todo lo que aprendí y podía hacer mucho dinero solamente dando mi input en campañas de marketing, porque es algo que entiendo perfectamente, cómo hablar con los clientes y cómo van a reaccionar, que es lo importante. Y aquí es la reacción del cliente. Vamos a platicar en putiza de lo que les estoy diciendo. Todo el mundo en X y no paran, cabrones, no paran. Todos me están poniendo en mis replies dos cosas. Porque les he dicho, ¿no? Que, güey, la economía se va a ir para abajo. ¿Qué es lo que nuestro delicioso llamado gobierno divino nos está vendiendo? ¿Qué es? Que va a haber inflación. Recuerden, han hecho todo lo posible. Mandaron a Peter Griffin, el CEO de Ford, a decirle a todos ustedes que los precios iban a subir y que gracias al cielo que él les iba a hacer un favor y darles un descuento de empleado antes de tener que subir los precios. Y los precios nunca subieron. ¿Ok? Entonces, esta gran inflación que les están vendiendo a todos es por algo. Es porque todo el mundo quiere que reaccione de una manera. Y yo creo que voy a empezar ahí, con la reacción de una manera. Y no es por ventanear a este tipo, no sé quién sea, que me disculpe si es que le importa, pero pues ahí les va. Esta es la reacción. Bienvenidos al 2020, porque Nacho y sí no ha vivido más del 2020. donde pone última hora, el presidente Trump dice que está considerando mandar cheques de estímulo de $1,000 a $2,000 para todos los contribuyentes utilizando ingresos arancelarios. ¡Oh! Güey, bienvenidos al 2. Esa es la reacción de la gente. Esa es la reacción que todos ustedes están teniendo, la que tiene el gran Nacho. Porque somos tan tontos. Perdón, Nacho, no te quiero decir tonto. Este güey se cree muy inteligente. Porque somos tan fáciles de convencer de algo tan tonto. Y ahora, nadie se ha preguntado cuándo fue la última vez que Trump dijo esto. Julio del 2025. Julio, agosto, septiembre, octubre. Han pasado 3 meses. 3 meses. Y a todo el mundo ya se le olvidó. ¿Y esto qué quiere decir? ¿No se acuerdan cuando les dijeron que iba a haber otra pandemia 3 veces, 4, 5 veces después de la pandemia? ¿Y qué pasó? ¿No se acuerdan? No pasó nada. ¿Ok? Y la otra, recuerden, la narrativa es inflación. ¿Qué es lo que me han estado mandando todos como locos? Güey, están imprimiendo dinero. Coinbase, si no lo sabes, déjame te digo esto con mucha atención, por favor. Coinbase, mi hermano, está haciendo, van a dar en Nueva York $12,000 a toda la gente que no tenga dinero. ¡Wow! Imprimir dinero. Se viene el 2020 otra vez. ¿En serio? Ok, aquí está, es cierto. Coinbase está a punto de... No puede ser. Un segundo, déjenme reviso esto. Están probándolo con 160 personas. 160 jóvenes adultos en Estados Unidos que por lotería van a recibir $12,000 en USDC. Y de nuevo, no los quiero convencer, no me interesa si están de mi lado o no, si están del otro es perfecto y espero que les vaya muy bien, les deseo lo mejor de corazón, pero para los que les resuene esto y que entienden, ¿no? Los que han visto cómo hemos sacado dinero de este mercado a capa y espada, es por simplemente esto, entender que al buen Nachito lo tienen que hacer creer que estamos en el 2020 y que va a venir la inflación otra vez. No importa qué tanto te lo repitan. No importa, no importa, va a venir la inflación, van a imprimir dinero. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Recuerden, la narrativa general que todos ustedes que están leyendo esto tienen que creer, porque es la que están siguiendo, si están siguiendo estas cosas, es que la economía está fortísima en Estados Unidos. Vieron, nuestro PIB lo acaban de revisar a 3.8. El tercer cuarto va a ser aún más fuerte todavía. ¿Por qué entonces necesitamos cheques de estímulo que mandaría Donald Trump? O podría ser que simplemente están repitiendo la noticia para que todo el mundo caiga y crea lo que cree el buen Nachito, que estamos regresando al 2020 donde van a imprimir todo. Y ahora, para los que no comprendan por qué están haciendo que crean que es el 2020 otra vez, es porque te están diciendo que que Bitcoin va a 250,000 mínimo y de ahí para arriba, que la bolsa va a 8,000, el SP 500, que el oro va a 10,000 millones de dólares, que el dólar va a cero y que va a haber inflación y que tienes que poner todo tu dinero en la bolsa. Eso es lo que están intentando hacer, creer a Nachito, el que está de vuelta en el 2020. Porque si estamos de vuelta en el 2020, qué mejor oportunidad que poner todo tu dinero en la bolsa y en Bitcoin en este momento. Y si ustedes están viendo esto y dicen, güey, el tío Salo es el mejor indicador contrario, ve y compra en este momento Bitcoin, está baratísimo. Recuerda, no va a volver a bajar de $100,000. No estoy diciendo yo eso, pero es lo que tú crees. La bolsa se va a ir a 8,000 sin problemas. Meta, después de este 7X que ha hecho en 9 meses o 6 meses, lo que sea, o Robinhood un 4X en 6 meses, van a continuar subiendo 10 veces más. Entonces, ahí es donde deberías de, en vez de desperdiciar tu tiempo quedándote aquí, bueno, tírame el insulto, me tiras el insulto y luego vas a comprar todas estas cosas porque te va a ir muy bien, porque el gobierno, porque Jerome Powell, porque todos te están diciendo la verdad. todos te están diciendo que es el 2020 otra vez. Y es lo que va a pasar probablemente, porque siempre nos ayudan con nuestras inversiones, nuestros gobernícolas. Siempre. Son los güeyes más chidos del mundo. De vuelta en el 2020, para que lo entiendan. Entonces, solamente para que entiendan cómo se analiza el mercado realmente, ¿qué es lo que le están intentando vender a la gente? Algo que no existe, una economía fuerte, con inflación además de todo, y les están vendiendo la idea de que les van a regalar dinero cada 2 meses. Y ya se les olvida tanto todo que no importa que lo hayan dicho 3 meses atrás, estamos de vuelta todos diciendo que van a imprimir dinero. Y si no ven la locura que es eso, la única vez en la historia que he visto que han impreso la cantidad de dinero para crear inflación fue el 2020, pero fue porque no se encerraron y es por eso que crearon 40% de todo el dinero que existía ya flotando y lo agregaron al sistema monetario. Si te mandan cheques de $2,000 a cada uno de nosotros, no importa, eso no generaría, a todos en Estados Unidos no generaría inflación. La inflación vino, una vez más, y perdón que se lo repita tanto, porque es impresionante que literalmente sigan cayendo en esto. La inflación solo llegó por los cheques de PPP, además de toda la financiación siendo tan barata. Los cheques de PPP nos dieron millones y millones y millones y millones y millones de dólares a pocas personas, no a pocas, a todo el mundo que tenía un negocio que podía aplicar por uno, básicamente. Y ahí fue donde se fue la gran cantidad de riqueza y esa gente es la que continúa moviendo el mercado para arriba en lo que la economía está de mierda. Otra cosa que es muy famosa es lo que están diciendo todos de hay una recesión callada en Estados Unidos. No es callada. Si le preguntas a todo el mundo en la calle, hey, ¿cómo vas? Todo el mundo está en la mierda. Pero porque la televisión no te ha autorizado o tu político favorito a decirte, güey, estamos en un periodo de cagada, no puedes decirlo. Entonces estamos en una recesión callada, donde pues todos sabemos que estamos en la mierda, pero el gobierno no me ha dejado pensar todavía por mí mismo y no me ha dicho qué es lo que tengo que pensar y tengo que pensar en recesión. Pero como no lo han dicho, entonces no tengo que hacerlo. ¿Entienden cómo funciona esto? ¿Entienden cómo funciona esto? Ahora, vamos a ver cómo nos va con Tesla, pero estamos listos para entrar a todo lo que es esto de trading. Y por eso les digo a todos, tenemos el Trading Academy, tenemos estas sesiones en vivo, cabrones, son gratis para que todo el mundo lo vea. Puedes hacer dinero en la bolsa todo el tiempo, sabes dónde entrar, dónde salir, todo. Lo único que tienes que hacer para que no solamente, ¿qué tal si mañana me muero? Me voy de acá y les dejo de dar los tips para que pierdan dinero que siempre les doy. ¿Cómo vas a perder dinero más? Aprende a hacer trading por ti mismo. Es lo que siempre recomiendo. Si quieren caer a nuestro Discord, es un buen lugar donde empezar, damas y caballeros. Es súper fácil de usar. Déjenme, me acerco un poco más y me quito de acá para que lo puedan ver. Perfecto. Caigan a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Es gratis. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, aquí como el análisis de Alex, por ejemplo, el análisis de Farhan. Tenemos aquí abajo nuestro criptolingo, anuncios que nunca anunciamos nada. Bueno, yo no. Tenemos criptolingo que es bueno para entender las abreviaciones, todo lo que necesitas. Tienes los en vivos, tío. Si no entiendes de lo que estamos hablando acá, lo único que tienes que hacer es ver el curso. Cuesta $29. Te lo juro que no me va a hacer millonario venderte este curso. Te lo juro. Le puse precio porque la gente no entiende el valor de las cosas gratis. Y esto lo repetí ayer y nunca más lo voy a volver a decir ahorita que nadie lo está viendo. He tenido un hit rate en la bolsa, enfrente de todos ustedes desde el 2024 de 100%. No he fallado una sola de mis operaciones. Una en la bolsa. Una en 2 años. Pero es gratis. Los videos del tío pendejo Salo son gratis, entonces no cuenta. Por eso cuesta $29 el curso, para que te cuenten la cabeza. P&L Cards. Vengan a compartir acá cuánto dinero están haciendo, sobre todo si son el gran tomatito. Venga, vámonos con todo. 24%, 56%, 46%. Canito, Canito, has estado fuerte, cabrón. Has estado fuerte. Me ha gusto verte en todo esto y después de la clase ayer, excelente. Me da muchísimo gusto verle. Un 164%. Cálmense, tomatitos. Güey, Bitcoin fan, definitivamente en un gran long. ¿Cómo no vas a ser un fan de...? Ah, no, esto es de Cake. Y uno de Doge, güey, esto estuvo huevudo. 106%, ¿cómo de que no? Felicidades, mi Charlie. 311%. Nada mal. Pues muchas felicidades a todos ustedes, a continuar dándole con todo. Tiene el chat general también acá para poder darnos una idea de qué es lo que está pensando todo el mundo. Dense una vuelta. Por acá vamos a ver cómo vamos con esto para que todo el... Siempre es bueno, ay, güey, siempre es bueno porque Mango está poniendo estas cosas y además hay una buena plática para ver qué es lo que la gente está pensando en esto. Así que cáiganle a nuestro Discord. Y si son unos degenerados absolutamente completos como el tío Salo y quieren tradear, lo siento, no sé por qué no me metí desde el principio, quieren tradear futuros, les estoy dejando acá el enlace cómo tradear en Bitunix y tienen el enlace aquí abajo. Es un video de 11 minutos, te enseña cómo abrir una cuenta, cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo mandar dinero de futuros a spot, cómo sacar tu dinero, te enseña cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, cómo poner tu take profit, cómo poner tu stop loss, absolutamente todo lo que tienes que saber está aquí en vivo y en directo en uno de 11 minutos. Y aquí atrás, Bitunix te deja apalancarte hasta 125x. Tenemos también cómo tradear en Bluffing. Todos estos exchanges de futuros funcionan igual. Este video es solamente de 5 minutos. El de Bitunix está más completo. Bluffing te deja apalancarte hasta 150x, o sea, un 25x más. Solamente se los digo, si no saben lo que están haciendo, no lo hagan, por el amor de Dios. Y aquí tienen los enlaces directos para recibir todos los beneficios que recibe nuestra comunidad al unirse. En Bitunix, por ejemplo, si pones $2,000, te van a regalar $400 en futuros para que los puedas tradear y hacer más lana. $400 de 2,000 es 20% sobre lo que estás depositando. Y si alguien se rifa y necesita hacer un depósito grande, escríbanos. Nos encargamos y estoy seguro les podemos sacar un mejor deal por acá y por allá. Y con eso vamos a darle para adelante, damas y caballeros. Aquí tengo a Alex y a Farhan. Vámonos. Vean nada más lo distraídos que estamos.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Yo, what up, boys?
Happy Friday.
How are you?
Doing good, doing
Doing
good.
well. I just got back from an event and we're back at the hotel. And
You're a fucking sellout with the merch. I'm sorry. You're
I'm
an
sorry.
absolute
I
fucking
literally
sellout.
just go to these events for the free merch.
Just for it.
That's why I say it, because I know you love your merch.
I just came back with a bunch of free merch.
Good
Very
for
so
you.
happy right now. Yeah.
Good for fucking you. Hey, what's going on with the Bitcoin? Am I going to be rich? Today there's a large amount of options expiring, just so you guys know. So
Was there is
Yeah,
that the
we had-
quad witching or was that last time?
That was last time.
last time, but there's another, I think every 2 weeks, there's big options expiring on Fridays.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just expirations on the options, and then also, you had the jobs data. The government shut down, so you didn't get that.
Hang on, the government shutdown. This is another one of those great jokes that keep repeating, and every time it's the same. What's going to happen? And nothing ever happens, and people never learn. It's fucking amazing.
It's like, since I could remember, it always shuts down. Always, all the fucking time. It always shuts down. This is not.
I know.
Isn't the government shut down on a 24/7 basis?
Well, yeah, they don't really do anything other than destroy and fuck people over. I guess they're taking a break from fucking people over, and people are freaking out about it.
And then, I mean, you had, I think, Venezuela export the highest amount since 2020, which is interesting, actually. I'm, not into too much of the global aspect of things, but I did see volatility start once you got that headline. So I thought that was interesting as well. All while Bitcoin just in a massive range now. I mean, we're in a new range. We got the breakout. You're now, you had an easy trade up to the 121 to maybe 123,000, but this is when the easy trade stops. Now, I want us to look left to this circled here, and well, this represents it pretty nicely. This is still resistance and really just shows a range. So when we're pressing $121,000, I'm still going to be looking at that as such. You're now pressing resistance. We talked about on the weekly. Bitcoin had resistance and rejections in this zone. You're putting in a massive weekly candle, and this is significant for bulls and bears, because right in this region on the weekly and 5-day, you're actually, getting trades and or a setup in the making here. And what could that be, right? What could be telling me that, well, even if you're shorting here, you don't need to be a super bear to even catch a move down to, let's say, $116,000. If you count this range down, it's still a 4% range. And where can we quickly shift and say, yeah, you're probably not going to get a pullback. More so keep going up, possibly reaching 123,000 before going down. Now, and that's just based on the weekly. You're about to reclaim back above a weekly 9. We've talked about this setup a lot. And often when you get the expansion, you get the reclaim, it doesn't necessarily need to happen immediately. It didn't happen immediately in April. You went to May, it didn't happen. It actually started to occur in June. And so what you saw was the expansion off of the 9 once it got back above. But then having kind of the gauge that in that region, you should be looking for an opportunity. What it paid well. I mean, people will say, well, didn't that dump? Yes, but before it dumped, you did end up pumping 10%. And I actually specifically remember this long here because we were talking about that. Why am I bringing that up? Well, you were getting chop off the weekly 9. This was allowing you to short into that 114, 112 region. It did move up, right, with this nice girthy green dildo. But this is significant because when you stayed under it last time, it is what got you to the 21, which then did mark a nice bottom here. But even in this perspective, you can see a scenario where, yeah, should you be really aggressively longing up here? Probably not. Because what you could have is firstly a range, something we've seen before. Again, just represented here. Bitcoin likes to range. It is breaking out, but we got to just simply stay above $118,000. But also, I mean, you would just be looking for aggressive longs to get, kind of punished here, to then maybe throwing it back, testing a weekly 9. You get confluence of that with the 5-day. Because specifically, we've talked about this 5-day EMA 9 setup, which is pretty easy. And I'll explain it again. And it's just, again, based on the 5-day, you throw an EMA 9 on. And really, whenever you're getting a volatility contraction above an EMA 9, this greatly significantly increases the chances of expansion. Now you need trend, right? You need to be in a trending market for this actually to work out. And so far it has been, right? When we started to move up in April, you can see it was off the back of the 5-day EMA 9 getting reclaimed. You can see here very easily, you got a nice 5-day green dildo up. Visually, if you look, we were pretty much held down nicely, right? Like understanding that, well, you're under the 5-day 9, let me be more cautious would have helped you. So once you got back above, you did retest, and that did lead to an expansion. You then almost retested it again. Let's see if it did connect. Did not. But still, the point is, above the 5-day 9, you have to be more bullish than not. You can see here it held perfectly before moving up again. So why is that significant to where we're at? It's significant because, you were under it and you did expand from it. You went down to the 109Ks. We were talking about a bounce here. That just seemed very likely. Where, I went wrong was looking for maybe that to get sold off either at 114 or 116. So now in this scenario, you have this 5-day EMA 9 really moved up pretty nicely, solidifying the next range support, 116,000. Funny how that works, right? Again, let me just draw this. We've seen the range work out. 116,000 access support. You can use on lower time frames. 118,000 to gauge the move down. But to make it more simpler, we don't need to look at 118,000. I've already shown this range has worked. And so even more so, if you are bullish, you should be looking at maybe a little bit of a healthy pullback. And if you are going to get that busting, breaking out all-time high move in October, and we're going to keep sustaining this October momentum that we started up with, it's going to come off the back of this zone at $116,000. And so you can already just start gathering some trade setups here. You're like, okay, well, if I'm aggressively longing, and I am long, and I'm green, right? I'm currently flat personally, but I'm saying if you are long, then would it be, really stupid to hedge a short here and target down to 116? Probably not. No, it's actually quite smart. You can see here volatility, yes, is above the moving average. That's a nice sign, but it's not anywhere near confirming a volatility setup yet. Now, bulls will look at that and say, well, that just shows how strong we are. Once we really take this high out, you are going to get expansion. And if you get expansion, let's say technically in the $124,000, $125,000 region, minimally that could give you a 30% move up. taking us where? Well, that would be, more close to $162,000. That is what's really at play here with these volatility setups. That's why it's very important to pay attention in October. But it also is important to understand that you don't need FOMO yet. If you're FOMOing, trying to just aggressively long for that breakout to generate 30% move, there will be things in the chart that'll tell you that before, specifically the 5-day. You need to hold above the 9. And so into the next 4 days, right, you're watching for a reaction. You're either going to get back above 121,000, confluence then of the next move to 123,000, or then maybe you take out this high, potentially a new high, and then roll over. We just won't know until we know. And that's why just sticking to the ranges can really help you. You have a range, you're pressing resistance. 5 days developing nicely, getting a nice buyback. But we just know the 5 days closing in 4 days, and it does allow a pullback. This would be perfectly okay. And then when you sprinkle that with the weekly, it's like, are we just waiting for this new weekly candle to close? That then will mean the 5-day closes in 2 days after this weekly closes. Maybe then giving us that throwback to that weekly 9. Because I know when people hear that, they'll say, well, that just seems too easy. But really, that's just how it's been. Get back above a weekly 9, 5-day EMA 9 on volatility setups, and you get expansion. But that's a sobering thought on why maybe you shouldn't be, degenerately gambling little Jeremy's college fund here. Just do it at around this region. No, I'm just kidding. But if you're going to do it, might as well just take a setup that's logical, that has been tested, that is tried and true, that has been working. And that is telling you that, yeah, we're within this new range. It's cool. And without this 5-day 9, you still would have been gauging any move down to that 116 as an opportunity. So what you see on this 5-day is you broke all the ranges, 112, 114, 116. And so we've always said you stay above $116,000. I'm using 118,000. I was using it on lower time frames. Simplicity, though, I want just simplicity of this range, so not really necessary right now. Is you just get back above 116,000 and hold it, can lead to a new high. That's exactly what we had last time. Held the 5-day 9, got back above 116. And then you put in a very nice 5% 5-day candle leading to the high. So at least that perspective on 2 different time frames, weekly and 5-day, can at least say, more better to maybe hedge a short. Doesn't mean we're now extremely bearish. We would know that based on the daily. Above the daily EMA 100, which I'll throw that on now, just greatly desolidifies that move to the SMA 200. It's just like that range, moving average range. If you want an SMA 200 move, you're not allowed to talk about that until you take out the EMA 100. We said it here, and we're saying it here. Now it is moving up. That's interesting because it was at 103,000 middle of September. So it is moving up. That's bullish. Because I'm still in the camp, that will eventually get tested. You always see that get tested eventually. Now, people will hear that and say, well, what are you saying it's going to get tested tomorrow? No, it could take a year. It could take 6 months. It will get tested eventually, though. I promise you that. It could either mean that we're just going to move up to the heavens and beyond, and this just keeps moving up with price. Very well could happen as well. But even on this daily perspective, why would you be gauging a pullback, and why would you be looking at 116,000 being the spot? Well, almost certain you have a silver cross to the upside here. You do. You got the cross, and so you got the expansion off the silver cross. Actually, let's see here. This is important. So then you got the cross, and on the silver cross retest is where you actually got the combustion, nice green dildo party. Where is the daily EMA 9, the daily silver cross retest sitting at 116,300? That's sitting really nicely with our meme line support, and also it's right where you broke out. So you would be looking at that as a throwback on the daily. You could easily, if you're, let's say, hedging short, scaling shorts here, you're still long, you're not a perma bear, you're just gauging for a little move down. You could just logically long that and have daily trend as your stop. right? You can just simply use September 30th low. And September 30th is important because if I throw in all major moving averages I was looking at, this was still very telling to you. I mean, people here are shorted and just perma bear, but it was pretty obvious that as long as you stayed above all major moving averages, you're in a daily buy trigger. Yeah, being under the meme line made it a little more trickier, but that's why I say you need to put more weight on moving averages than meme lines, obviously, because moving averages are actually based on data. You can draw a meme line however you want. Boom, boom, boom. These are dictated by price action and closures, data. That's important. The more data you have, it's more important in this game because you have more confluence. And so even here, yeah, you got a little deviation, but this throwback, what it told you, now this is still bullish. And so using that same logic, if you just come down and test the daily 9, I'm not really looking at that as a major bearish thing. Yes, it could be a pretty meaty move down from here. It's a big range, around 4 to 3.8%. But that's why I can make a good argument on hedging for shorts, looking for this reaction, adding to longs, or scaling new longs using last daily higher low as your stop. You get confluence of this setup, not only on the daily, powerful on the daily, but it becomes more powerful since you have it on the 5-day and also the weekly. So you have a lot of things saying, yeah, you can afford a pullback. You absolutely can go to $116,000, but that's the big spot, right? And we would have already been gauging that anyways as the big spot. Talked about this range. This is still the range. And it has been working. And so if you start losing $116,000, that is really what confirmed downside, like was losing $116,000. Let's view it on a daily. Probably will look better. Okay, cool. Reclaimed, held support, went up. Daily trends up. Higher high. Should have been a higher low. Bulls could not sustain that. Broke down. Daily trend shift. But where did we break down from on the daily? Right at $116,000. Interesting. I actually remember this setup because we were watching the daily 9. You had lost the daily 9. And it even gave you, it was very generous, it even gave you, after losing the daily 9, another retest where then you just could have shorted and had that whole easy move down. From like a literal brain dead short, you could have made 5.69% for the culture. And then so we go back here, you lost $116,000, SFP, boom. I'll delete the red line, make it cleaner. And then here, it was again pretty easy for you. Just tested the daily 9 after losing it. You lost support and all major moving averages there. I mean, you can't ask for much more if you're a bear. Position on the daily 9, that would have printed you literally easily a 5.8% move just from the low in like 3 days. Okay, we'll keep going. Difference, right? It doesn't always have to be bearish. 116,000 holds. And you just move up 3.75%. And you move up and down and up and down. You can measure it a bunch of times. Here, it went up 4.23%. You had another shot. You actually tested it there. You went up 3.39%. That's 2 trades. You could have just longed at support and it would have worked. And then here, it didn't work. You lost it. Again, very generous of Bitcoin. I would have let you positioned here on a bearish retest. On a bearish retest trade from losing $116,000, you went down 3.4%. So the point is that you're not really allowed to get too bearish. And as long as you're above $116,000, that's been our breakout spot. You are above it. But if you do get a pullback, test it. You have to look at that as an opportunity. Only way that shifts very easily. Only way this shifts is if the daily starts losing it. Because as I just showed, it's been pretty straightforward, very easy to the book on when we're about to dump. And why would it be like that? Once you lose 116, why are we dumping 3-4% pretty quickly, like 2-3 days after? Because in this region, everyone just starts max longing because everyone's convinced it's just going to keep going up. But what it's been showing us is that this is still a range within a range. Yes, you have more opportunity to make a high at this current price and time, but you still cannot disrespect this zone and also the all-time high. Because as I said before, and I said on the Discord last night, the only objective for bulls at this point is an all-time high. You came down. Okay, cool. That low held. You went up, higher high. This is the higher low bulls are going to be using. And so if you are on the camp, the higher lows in on the monthly, the only thing waiting now is a higher high break, taking out this wick. But when looking at this monthly, it actually is quite interesting to me because I was watching it very carefully. You know, you potentially are forming on monthly head and shoulders here. Potentially, you need the right shoulder to play out. And that's all in the assumption the head doesn't get taken out. So you could look at it like this, not the cleanest, but still, I mean, talk about it. Oh gosh, can I just draw it correctly? We'll go to the 2-week. It's like boom, thing of your head. And then anywhere into here, if it forms a shoulder, it's again not the cleanest, it's already said, but still going to be looking at that as an interesting thing. Because most importantly, you had a massive topping candle on the monthly. Can't just disregard that, can we? I mean, when was the last time you had such a nasty monthly candle? Let's check that out. So I'm curious. And then what was the reactions after that? Because so far the reaction after that has been a move up, right? So that's interesting. Usually on these shooting stars, you often get expansion on the following down. So already a little weak, something I'll mention. Here you had an evening star on the monthly, very similar, right? Evening star, shooting star, both top candles, generally at the end of an uptrend. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going bear market, but it can just at least say locally, yeah, maybe you're going to get a pullback. Now, what you had into that was an evening star you didn't get follow through. You actually took out that wick high, invalidating that. Dirty. Took it out, tested 109s, and then you sold off. You stayed under the support, and then you got the follow through. Because all we can hope for is we're going to get clean price action. This is the Wild West, and most importantly, the most volatile asset in the world, one of them. So you're going to be, sometimes with your pants down. This is a good example, though. You have a shooting star. You went down. You had follow through, but it closed green. It's interesting. Bulls needed expansion up, taking this high out. But you can just see you could not. You didn't take this high out. You didn't take out the previous high. And that was just the beginnings of a monthly downtrend beginning. It's shocking. I mean, right? But that's just what will occur. You won't take a high out. You'll form price divergence. You'll start rolling over, and it can literally be the start of something. Now, in this example, though, you can just evidently see this is very bullish. You went up to the next range high. You're very close to an all-time high. But I understand when you get very close to an all-time high, this often makes it more trickier and also can give you a pretty easy trade. Because let's say you come up to this zone, you start massively rejecting. If you're just on the camp that, yeah, perhaps this is the spot, maybe, and I'm just going to use this high as my invalidation, I mean, getting really near that all-time high would be ideal for a very tight risk-to-reward short. Because even on this monthly perspective, we've talked about this. Whenever the Bitcoin on the monthly starts really moving, right? Starts really moving. You're very far from a monthly 9. It seems like it's never going to get hit again, right? It's like from that wick high, you are literally 26% from the monthly 9. Very certain bulls weren't expecting that to get tested as soon as it did. Actually, I remember they weren't. And then you always do test it. You always do. Doesn't matter how far you expand from it. The reaction's key. So even on this monthly setup, let's say that, yeah, we're wrong. October bulls are wrong. This isn't going to be a bullish October, and you are going to roll over. Then, yeah, the last spot is just gauging this high. You had a massive top candle on that monthly, so confluence of this. Lots of shorts are going to be using this high as their stop. We're going to be fully aware of like what occurred to last time, which can make these top candles ever so slightly take the high out and then down. It's very predatory. And that's why in this new range, 116,000 to 121,000, easy trading is over. This is now becoming a little more difficult, and you will need to have more of a closer eye on things. Because again, it can go this way where we're all just long and expecting an all-time high, and we get it. But also back in the day when everyone was just waiting for 100K and that didn't happen, it really seemed like it was for sure 100% unequivocally going to happen. Generally when it doesn't happen. And so if you ask, I've been asking everyone I've been around, what's your outlook on Q4 and most importantly October? I'm the only person even cautious up here, which is quite, I mean, I think that's just an interesting sign. Doesn't need to mean anything, but sentiment's very important in these markets. And well, I can report back personally, everyone is max fucking bullish right now. Good for them. They're green. They're trapped in profits, as Crown would say. But we still have 28 days to go on this monthly. So that's quite tricky, right? Because now in 28 days, you have to sustain this. You have to just keep moving up and or just not reject this zone. Any monthlies back above the all-time high, logically, is a continuation setup. But I'm always leery on these start of the month moves, aggressively bullish, taking out all stops. And that's why I'm going to just be using the all-time high. This is literally the last chance for bears, just so everyone's aware. And I'm fully aware of that as well. You don't end up rejecting this zone and you do take this high out, there's a very good chance Bitcoin will start moving up very harshly, closer to like $150,000 in my opinion. Because at that point, you'd have to really be watching volatility on the weekly, 5-day, and 2-week expand. You have a median measurement to 126,000, which is interesting. It's slightly above that high. Getting back above that high, really, or the median would mean, yeah, you're going to move all the way up to closer to 150,000. Now, it's not just the weekly, the 2-week as well. Showing a pretty monster setup here. Median at 133,000, technically the next target. Get back above there for the culture, you get a nice pop to 169,000. Interesting. And even the monthly median is slightly above the high. Next target technically would be around that 127,000. So you have legitimate bullish setups saying a high is very possible. And that's why if you don't form a high and you roll over and you start selling off in October, and if October loses this 109K region, yeah, that's really then going to start solidifying potentially bearish structure here. Now, you'll always need confirmations of that. And again, I'll always say bulls are more in control here. They have a lot more easier job to make a high than bears do of putting in bearish structure, just so everyone's aware. But that doesn't mean just because it's a harder job, it can't happen. That's why it's just good to have that in the back of your head. For me, though, if we ended up rolling over here, let's say October was bearish, where could I start really becoming bricked up for the shorts? For me, it's pretty obvious on this monthly perspective. If you've been watching me long enough, you know these lines often indicate major higher lows and or major bottoms. And so if you just simply take out this low, specifically September's low, and lose the monthly 9, it's funny how that works. It's actually pretty close to that region now. Yeah, I'm going to start looking at that as the beginnings of the bear market. You have a monthly trend shift, taking out my last higher low, taking out the monthly 9. This would give you a target all the way down to like $87,000, $88,000 in my opinion. Specifically the EMA 21, bottom side 38.2%. People will look at all my lines and say, well, what the heck? What kind of meme lines are these? It's very obvious. You lose 106K, it'll be off the back of 109K. So you lose 109K, you're going to go down to 106. That's your monthly 9. You lose your monthly 9, you're going to move down to the 103s. It's important. Remember, that was rejecting, and then dump. You lose 103, that's when you start dumping hard. I'm not really looking at this green too much, but rather this $95,000 region. $95,000 again is a big spot. Saw lots of chop, and you also saw your extremity lows get taken right around 91K. That's important because if you lose 90s, right, you're now in a monthly breakdown. really technically, once you lost 90s here, you did go all the way down to the 74s. But we won't disregard the monthly levels, specifically at 21, but that is at 87,000. That is a big spot. So when you see all these lines, it's just representing a range. So whatever time frame you take that on, the range really is obvious. And so when you look at a monthly, it's still really questionable. You have setups and volatility allowing an all-time high, but if you don't get that in October, it's going to be very telling to me. Telling in the case of, yeah, bulls aren't in control as we thought. Fuck ton of people are trapped now, and no one is shorting in these regions. So can make for good trading environments. But still, I'm not here to be predictive. I want to be reactive. And so therefore, I think we should be watching this 5-day setup. I think this 5-day setup will be your key. You're either going to get a massive deviation, fall back within this range, lose 116,000 and start moving down, or it's just going to hold and you're not going to break down, but rather spring. And from that $116,000 test, that's what's going to get you to a new high, right? Because and it could happen, but it just would be way too easy if everyone could just long and we just keep going up. What's more like Bitcoin? Well, more like Bitcoin's like this, and then you get that high. After a nice 4% dump, everyone's kind of concerned. Shorts start really aping, and it's just a liquidities game. Just fuel to move up now. You have the fuel to actually break out. So that's kind of what I'm watching on Bitcoin. I'm still gauging 121 to 123 to short, and I'm going to live trade this when I enter it. So just be aware of that. Specifically, I'm going to start live trading the short when it does allow. Now, I'm not going to be scaling shorts here. I want to simply just watch the reaction. I only want to be really taking shorts on the extremity high as close to the all-time high as possible. If you start shorting this now, understand your only really stop loss can be the all-time high, which means if you're shorting this now, it's okay, but just manage your leverage because currently you have to have a stop of 2.72%, meaning 100x trades aren't going to work, 50x trades aren't going to work, 40x trades aren't going to work. So you got to just manage that carefully if you are going to be running with this idea. And for me, I like the 100x. I want to be dirty with it. So rather, I'm watching something like this. I want to watch for potentially that dirty head and shoulders to form. I want to see that monthly end up rejecting by the end of this month. If we can get a really tight risk to reward where I'm risking less than 1%, I can justify a trade there, even if it's a counter trend trade, because at that point, it's basically free money. It's not like you're risking 5%. No, it's like, you can lose 10% on a trade if you use 10x on this. Be actually 8% you'd lose. Or you potentially, if you go down to that 116, you can make like, what is that, 59% if you're using a 10x. You're risking 8% to make 59%. Seems, worth the punt, right? It's only wrong if you just need it to work and you oversize and over leverage, and then you get blown out. You're probably going to feel the breakout. But until then, I'm still going to be talking about that 121 to 123K short. Really not allowed to get bullish here now. Easy trades over. You, opened up at the gap. You could have gone down to the 9, but in all realness, with volatility still expanding and how strong of a buyback this candle was, a move up to that 121,000 really did make sense. But just don't get blindsided at where we're at. We're still within the range. We're more likely to break out above $116,000. But do you have any price data telling you that that's even support yet? No, definitely not. Are you even retesting a 5-day EMA 9 yet? No, definitely not. And so that's just good perspective to really keep you in check as a trader, to say, I'm gonna let the trades come to me. If I'm gonna long this, I need it to be like this. Then I'll get the spring. I'll have an easy all-time high move, and we should be straight to business if bulls are truly going to take the October idea. And if we're not, we're going to deviate down. Well, I'm very grateful I didn't max long up here like everyone else, because, well, that's just not going to be fun. And it won't be fun if you roll over. Many will be taken out Unfortunately, we won't, but many will. And even if you break out, how will you know if you're going to break out and actually just move up to that $130,000 region? Any daily candle closure above 123,000 for me. Looking like that is a nice pop back within the range. Yeah, we'll be looking at the all-time high, but again, you just like close dailies above that. You're not in like a bearish retest setup. Specifically like on the, what was it, 5-day, I think? Yeah. So that's desolidifying. You have a 5-day uptrend, right? Higher high break. This was the last, supposed to be lower high. And so even if you got a pullback, higher low, breakout would be nice, but still just not really worth max longing here. Need to be cautious and understand if you did get a move to 116,000, if you are bullish, that's your spot. That's your place to bid. And that's where you are allowed to be aggressively bullish. Now you are getting a bi-monthly here. Bi-monthlies are important. I again like this bi-monthly view because you had a massive evening star in the last bi-monthly. So you had a shooting star on the monthly and an evening star on the bi-monthly. Just more confluence on if you're gonna short, you have to use the all-time high as your only stop loss placement. And I also know that if you do start taking that high out, it's gonna start unraveling a lot of short ideas. So then that could be what really forces us to move up aggressively. Specifically, just getting that volatility expansion on the 5-day. So that's what I'm watching on the old Bitcoin. I do think that, you know, off that 5-day and weekly, you're getting pretty easy setups. This 15-day, though, is like, yeah, could definitely put in a bearish retest here. And that's why we're just going to be gauging price action on the daily, 5-day, weekly. Hold the silver cross, great sign. Start losing 116. Well, GG, bulls, not a good sign. Don't take my words. Just draw a line at 116. Go to your daily chart and look at any time you've lost a daily 9 and also 116. You'll see for yourself it's been at least 3% moves down. Go to Bitcoin dominance now. Go to the monthly. A lot of people aren't talking about this. I think it's important because a lot of people are bullish on alts. A lot of people are bullish on alts. Yet no one's saying I'm bullish on alts because, well, something major just shifted for the first time ever this entire bull market. Bitcoin dominance is actually the weakest it's ever been in this entire bull market, allowing you to be bullish on alts. The thought of being bullish on alts hasn't made too much sense to me this entire bull market up until now. Does that mean you aggressively long for alt season? Absolutely not. You're using this monthly 9 to gauge altcoin strength and weakness, in my opinion. This is Bitcoin dominance. So if you go up in Bitcoin dominance, logically, it'll start lowering ETH BTC, which then will impact ETH and alts. But if Bitcoin dominance ends up being bullish, let's say for the beginning of October, that has implications for ETH BTC. We still can't disregard the monthly 9 setup, though. The level that's been holding the whole bull market was the monthly 9. You've seen in the past, once you lose a monthly 9, you do rally up to it. If you can't get back above it, that's really what solidifies the death zone on Bitcoin dominance to dump. This move is your, nice little tiny microscopic alt season here. Tiny. Never going to get an alt season like 2017. I'll just say that now. How could you even expect that? There was like less than, I don't even know the math, like fucking 10,000 coins back then, probably significantly way less. I don't even know. There's so many altcoins now, it's diluted. So it's just different. But even so, I mean, we're still watching for a monthly EMA 9 retest. Holding the 21 into this month's a good sign to really solidify this setup. Once you get into that 60% on Bitcoin dominance, that's where you need to pay attention because that's logically where you're going to get a massive rollover, which then has implications for maybe ETH BTC coming in, testing the monthly 9, and then before this month closes, getting back above 366. Because why I was shorting Ethereum was I was looking at a massive deviation here on the monthly, losing 366, massive deviation here. I wanted the shallow bearish retest idea to maybe hold. It didn't, right? You overshot it. You're up on that monthly 21, which still could give you a bearish retest if you're not looking at, let's say, a meme line, but a moving average. Did you not reclaim it? You lost it. So could that technically be one? This kind of looks like a funny drawing. Like, am I going to say that? But still, I mean, under the 21, you should have more of a measured move to the 9. That's right in that 3351. Not too far off from 366. But I put a lot of weight on 366. Like, that is like, you need Bitcoin dominance to be bearish. You need ETH BTC above 366. If those two things occur, generally is a great time for specifically Ethereum. And then you can just trade your other shitty coins based on that. Shitty coins in the sense of some of these coins that people trade haven't even survived one cycle. Some of these coins people trade haven't even survived 2 months, like all these new coins. So, you know, compared to like even a Litecoin's looking like beautiful. So just be aware of that. With alts, they're very tricky. And your good gauge on alts on if you're like gonna survive in the next cycle is, has my altcoin even been in a cycle, like a bear market? And if it has it survived? Did it break its all-time high? I know, you know, not a lot of altcoins did. You had Binance break its all-time high this cycle. You had TRX, you had ETH, you had Bitcoin. I mean, oh, and XRP. I can't forget. Garlic bread's in the house. XRPP definitely whipped it out and did it. So, you know,
You got to let us know if you're going to whip it out.
I know. I should have forewarned it, but I did whip it out. The PP's out. XRP did break its all-time. But I know not a lot of. Oh, and Solana did too. I'm like forgetting. Or no, yeah, I did. Not too smart. So if you didn't hear your altcoin and it didn't break its all-time high, then yeah, unfortunately, I'm sorry. It's a shitty coin. So if that offended some people when I said that, that's why it's a shitty coin. So if you're on ETH,
there's people who have such love for their fine pieces of fine and esteemed pieces of technology that they put them in their names too. You ever see those XRP in the handle?
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, just scream you're a community member.
Just making it your personality.
Basically. Yeah, that's basically what they're doing. And you don't want that. You don't want money to be tied to your personality. That's not fun. It's up and down. And if you're literally personality tied to that, good luck with you in these markets. You're smart, you're smart, you're dumb, you're smart, you're dumb. It's not a good time. Not a good time to live like that. Anyways, the 2-week here, though, still bullish. Gives you confluence of 366. Understand the EMA 34 is a little below that. So using the monthly, you can say, yeah, maybe ETH BTC tests the monthly 9. But then I'm going to need to see that hold, bounce, and get back above 366 before November. Because if you don't get back above 366, but stay above a monthly 9, again, moving averages are more important than meme lines. But that's just implications. You could potentially lose a monthly 9 at that point. And why am I even talking about 366? Because we saw this zone hold super nicely in 2017 before a mega dega ETH run. So if you want a mega dega ETH run and your alts to do well and the music starts and we're just so back and happy, gotta hold above 366 and hold above the monthly 9. And this setup here is a little tricky because it says, well, you can reject, come down, and the hopium is that it comes back up before October's close. I'm still watching this, still gauging this. Even, you know, when we were in the midst of that pump, like viewed on the 5-day here, when we went up, see this line here is the top line. We're gauging for maybe daily 5-day downtrend, taking you to that region. So you've hit the region. You need to spring. You need to get a bounce out of here. The more you just start chopping, staying under it, maybe the monthly loses it. It doesn't lose it, but just doesn't reclaim it. And you roll over. And it's just been the death for ETH BTC. Can't forget this. You cannot forget that. All year. All year, ask how ETH was. Then you got the nice move. It's different. It's different. It's all going to be based here. Do we expand up, hit the SMA 200? Great setup there. Big range. 25%. It's crazy. Imagine that. 25%. We'll take it from the weekly 5-day EMA 9, not weekly, 5-day. 25% just to see. I'm curious. It's 5,400. That's interesting. 5,264 is the top side of the 38.2%. 50% on the 5-day is 5,600. So is it really absurd? No, it's not. But again, yeah, even on viewing the HPDR, it's like, it's a little tricky on each. Just a little tricky. Let's check ETH BTC. I thought that was ETH BTC, so let's actually check that. Yeah, a little tricky, just a little tricky. Because why is it tricky? Well, you're still under the 5-day median. It looks like you're rejecting it. Been under the 5-day 9, and it just seems like it's brewing a test back to the EMA 100 or just the monthly 9. Confluence of that idea. So, is it stupid to be bullish on alts? No, but have you gone confirmation that it's just about to be a just monumentous October for alts? Definitely not. No, you have not gone that yet. You could easily, very easily come up, reclaim the monthly EMA 9 and bottom from there, move up to that 62%. If you end up reclaiming that monthly 9, that would give you like a 3.2% target up. Now, I'm looking at this as the bearish retest. So if you end up rallying all the way up to here, I mean, it's just going to greatly weaken the bear scenario on Bitcoin dominance, which is exactly what you want if you're bullish on alts. And the monthly, look at that. We're actually in a bearish retest anyways on the HBDR. So hold the 50% or the 21, move up to the 9 or the bottom side 38.2% on the monthly. So it doesn't really matter what I say. Just look at the HBDR on the monthly, and it says, yeah, this is the next setup. You either reject or you reclaim. So we'll go to tether dominance now. Take just a little look ski on that. Go to the 5-day. Let's see what we were looking at last time. I think we had an inverse head and shoulders. We were looking at, okay. So I don't want September 13th low taken out. Let me clarify that. 420 was the low, 419. So technically September 18th low. Actually, you don't want taken out. Now we were really representing here. What were we representing? Let me check this. 5-day reclaim support. So a trend line. Potential higher lows, higher high, higher low. That's what it was. Represented by a trend line. Did you hold the throwback? No, you did not. You got back under 4.4% major. Right? Let's just show that real quick. 4.4% holds here. You went up to 5.25% off of 4.4% holding. Fun. 4.4% holds here. You move up bigly to 5.86%, all off 4.4%. Vice versa, you lose 4.4%. You then dump bigly all the way down to 3.72%. Again, just off the back of that 4.4% right here being lost. I think I was saying here, it's actually here, 4.4%. Lose it, retest it, reject, breakdown. Excuse me. 4.4% lost, rejected. Rallied up, rejected. Rallied up, rejected. Reclaimed it, went up. So, when we were going into the last 5 days, we were watching for a pullback. We got it, but you can see it did not hold 4.4%. So on this perspective, it is in a breakdown. This is looking like a bearish retest of 4.4%. Technically, you'll move to 4.3%, taking out that September low that we're looking at for maybe the inverse head and shoulders play. So, I mean, again, tricky spot. You now can see, though, above 4.4% can give you confluence if you're short if you do go that route on Bitcoin. And I do like where this EMA 100 is now. It's all clustered. It's right in that 4.46% region. And you can just see getting back above the EMA 100 and the 38.2% would then start giving you a move up to like 4.6 to 4.69 for the culture, of course. And then that's just where you have to look at daily SMA 200. That is the last spot that bigly rejected you down to where we're at now. So if you ended up 4.4%, getting back above, the EMA 100, moving up, reclaiming the SMA 200, getting back within this range, it'll be a major shift and give you more confidence that, yeah, perhaps something shifting that we haven't seen before in a while, which would be a daily SMA 200 reclaim. Let's see that real fast. There's too many white lines. Reclaim, didn't hold, lost. Reclaim, held. This would be the most accurate last daily SMA 200 reclaim setup, leading to a 12% move. Yeah, about a 12% move. 12.3. So now you have a little range on Bitcoin. You see 121 to 123,000 resistance. You have 116,000 being your extremity low, represented by the weekly, 5-day daily. You have an easy move now where if you are going to be bearish, you got to get back above 4.4%. That's the spring before going up to the daily SMA 200. The daily SMA 200 very often in uptrends is respected and also downtrends. So if you are going to make a case that, yeah, Bitcoin dominance is trying to shift into an uptrend, and we are going to really bigly dump in October, it is going to need to then get back above its SMA 200. We've seen big moves off the SMA 200 before, and yes, it did sell off, but you still went up pretty bigly from that point. But if I just go back to when we stayed under it, it's not going to be that easy. You generally are going to expand very far from it, up or just down and break down, minimally ever hitting it again. We said this with Tesla when it just was such a whore, taking forever. And it's engineered to be like that. So you say, yeah, fuck this SMA 200. It didn't work last time. Not looking at that again. Until it just does work. And it will be your gauge. It always is. So I like the daily SMA 200. It's a good moving average. It's a nice one. So for me now, watch 4.4%. You need to be bullish. You got to get above that at very minimally because, well, this is brewing a breakdown now. And that does have implications for, yeah, maybe Bitcoin is just going to make a new high from here. Perhaps October is going to be bullish. Again, Q4 very good. But until it happens, you haven't even retested the EMA 100. You haven't flipped this into resistance. Anything could happen at this point. And while it looks bearish, it could easily just pop up, go up about 1.8%, hit the EMA 100, bearish retest, and then roll over. That'll literally line up nicely with a daily silver cross retest right at the next support line. So watch $116,000. You end up breaking 121,000 on a daily candle closure, confluence to go up to 123,000. 123,200 is a big spot for me. That's where I'm going to be starting to max short, and I'm also going to live trade that when I enter it. I want to be watching and getting as close to the all-time high on Bitcoin as possible, because I know if volatility is really contracted, we're getting all these setups, we're not firing off yet. It still says that anything could happen at this price. So we want to be cautious. We also not want to be too persistent if bears end up losing their idea, which would just be taking out this high, reclaiming 123,000. Perfect. I can then start looking for longs into that $130,000 to $150,000 region. No FOMO. I know where we are at in volatility. And mind you, if you understand where we're at in volatility, GG's to you, because again, I've been talking to a lot of people, and a lot of people don't know kind of the environment we're in right now, which is the lowest read ever in Bitcoin's monthly index history, ever on volatility. Lower than 2020, 2022, 2023, 2017, 2015. So never had that before. That's quite significant. Well, the monthly gives you monumentous moves when this starts firing off. I already have it drawn out. I'll quickly show. Just look at the red. Fires off, breakout, fires off, breakdown, fires off, breakout. These are all your major moves off Bitcoin, is off the monthly volatility. So we're just still waiting and watching. Draw it here. It hasn't fired off yet. I'll dot it. I'll make it solid when it does fire off. Now just look at the HPR real fast. Okay, there. And so that's all I have on Bitcoin. Watch maybe a pullback to 116 should hold. If you're going to be shorting that, you can hedge your longs and look for that. Wrong if you end up breaking the all-time high. Daily closures above 123,200 is going to signal a busting move. Easy market mode, then we can long and target around 130 to 133,000. Get back above that, then yeah, I do think 169 to like 160 is definitely possible within by the end of the year.
169 would be a nice number. 169, 420. Just give us that.
Yeah, it would be. Simulation confirmed if so.
I'll start actively 100x shorting, so to keep the price from going 1 cent higher. All right. Although it's probably not going to do much of a difference with my $5. Come on, why wouldn't it stop doing that? Oh, I hate this. All right, let's start with the daily on Bitcoin. All right, oops, click the wrong tab. There we go. So we did end up closing yesterday's daily candle over that 78.6% that we were looking for, and then we're getting the on this early morning, not early morning, but about halfway into the daily candle, we are getting a back test of that 78.6%. We went a little bit lower than that 78.6%, but it's not really anything to worry about because we're getting a strong bounce from there. That level's at about just under $120,000 at $119,843. And ideally, we'd want to see a close over this candle's high, which is right now at $121,012. If we don't see it close over this candle's high, this is going to start looking more of a top candle, and from there I would be looking for at least a retest of somewhere around this 5 EMA, which is as of this moment around $118,000. This is what I personally kind of hope happens, so then I can add longs right around this 5 EMA, and then the second zone for me would be this 9 EMA off of the silver cross. What I would not like is for this thing to just go straight up and leave me sidelined, although that's what's probably going to happen, because that's what usually happens in these type of events. But as long as you are closing below this 121 area, this is more going to be more of a toppy hanging man candle, and you're likely going to get somewhat of a retest of at least your 5 EMA. The 5 EMA is the fastest moving average I use, and it doesn't really take much to come back to retest that 5. Price action doesn't really like to be away from that 5 EMA for too long. Like if you see during all of the busting action moves, whenever we get like really far away from it, it ends up going sideways until we get the reconnect with that 5 EMA. Which as of right now, like sure, we are not really that far away. We could go up to 122 before we get that reconnect with a 5 EMA. That's not really that much higher, and I wouldn't be playing this move for that 122 before we get the reconnect, because that's only a gain of like what 1.69%, nice number, versus a risk of coming back down to this area at a minimum, which is over 2%. So your risk is greater than your reward right here. It's not really the best type of long to take. More likely, if you want to do something here, you would wait for the close, and if you close below this area, you would short for that red 5 EMA. Right now, momentum is starting to shift a little bit on the daily. It's not really like it's just losing the curvature a little bit, but it's still above the moving average. It's still in the bullish control zone with volatility still supporting it. And the daily jewel is very close now to giving us a pretty nice buy signal with the pink about to cross over the yellow. Maybe maximum 2 more closes before this confirms, but I kind of think this is going to confirm on today's daily close. And now now the jewel is making its way into the bullish control zone, and this is a buy signal that it's getting out of the bearish control zone. Let's switch over into the 4-hour now. 4-hour is now very close to flipping back up. It's right at the edge, ever so slightly over that moving average right now. It's like a little ball sack here over that moving average. Volatility is also ever so slightly in an expansion phase now, with the jewel still giving us a God mode sell signal. So there's the bearish background. The God mode sell signal is still there, but it kind of looks like it's about to be invalidated, and it will be if we put in a local bottom on this 4-hour candle, which will confirm with a close over about 120,517. That will confirm this is our next local bottom. I will put in hidden bullish divergence because we took out all of these previous momentum lows while price is making a higher low, and that confirmation for the divergence is the same number at 120,517, and that'll give us a target at a minimum of hitting the 78.6%, which is that $122,000 area. And you can probably audibly tell the saltiness level in my voice of being stopped out by $15, and now my TPs are being hit. Very, very salty about this.
God, that's terrible. By a 0.0002%.
On other exchanges, it didn't even hit my stop loss. On the 2-hour, we're starting to flip back momentum as well. 2 hours now putting in multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence by taking out all of these previous lows, while price is putting in a higher low. On the 2-hour, to confirm it, you have to close over 120,690. Nice number, 120.69. And we're about to close over the 38.2% as well, which is currently at 120,620. Closing over that 38.2% is going to give you another one of these type of breakouts, which will take you somewhere around the 78.6% to the 88.3%. Those levels right now are at that same $122,000 area to $123,000. And the jewel is now losing the sell signal on the 2-hour, curving back around and maintaining the bullish control zone. But on the opposite hand, you are getting the king crossing below the yellow, which is a little bit more bearish, a little bit more powerful than this curving back around. And you haven't even gotten a buy signal yet. So you're just getting a neutral with that pink below the yellow. Let's mark this line and see what it usually produces. Because it is possible that the move has already played out. Let's go to the next one. You know, my favorite type of crypto bro at these events are the ones that come in head to toe wearing a Dior outfit. I love that.
Oh, of course. It's like when you go somewhere and I see the Balenciaga t-shirts everywhere.
It's very cringe.
It's the worst. But, you know, it's part of life, son.
You really got to show us that you got a lot of crypto.
Yeah. The best is the people that have a chain with a USB, right?
Oh yeah, like okay, so now you're just begging to be robbed or kidnapped.
Yeah, exactly.
And the people who do it at crypto events too, like it's happened before. A lot of people have been kidnapped at these events because they walk around with their ledgers on their keychain,
Right.
and then you try to say, "Oh, it's not my real one," and they don't care. They just start cutting fingers off. 1.3, so the average is right around 1. It's not really that much, but it is a 2-hour setup. This one was about 0.5%, 1%, I guess, 0.8. Also 1%, 0.98. $1.66. And 0.6. So around 0.5% seems to be the minimum move. Well, actually, I'll take it from the open, actually, not from the close. 0.68. So if we were to measure it to the upper end move, let's see what that would be. Somewhere around 100. Oh, interesting. Right around $122,000. Now we'll go up a little bit. Go to the 2-day. 2-day got to close over the median on this last close, giving us probabilities of going towards that top 38.2%, 61.8% chance. We're ever so slowly making our way towards that 38.2%. We got 9 hours left to go before the close. This 38.2% will change on this daily close, and wherever it moves to at that point will be our target then. Possible that it doesn't move, although very likely that it does move slightly up, I think. And I'd like to see it. My bias is somewhere around $122,000, only $200 up, and possible it'll move somewhere around maybe 122.4, somewhere around 122 to 122.4 is going to be our next level of resistance, and from there, it'd likely get somewhat of a reaction. If it's going to be one of those moves where we bust straight to all-time highs, maybe we'll get a pullback of a couple $100. But at the very least, you're likely going to get that slight pullback. Right now, the 2-day momentum is pointing to the upside with volatility just about to start expanding, and our jewel is losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral signal. Let's zoom in on this right now, see if there's any divergence. There's a higher low. What is this close? This is 108.758. 108, no, ever so slightly higher low. So there is no bullish divergence. Getting a close, let's go back over that 38.2% would give us a target somewhere around that's 50% to 61.8%. I'm leaning more towards the 61.8% because that's all-time highs, whereas the 50% is not really all-time highs, and these 38.2% breakouts usually give you all-time highs. Come on. Let's go back to check out this bump and run for a second, though. This actually ended up playing out perfectly, where we got the initial breakout right here. We got the back test, and then busting action after there. These Jesus toast patterns do sometimes work. 5-day as well got a close on this last period over our median, and we didn't quite make it all down towards the median on this retest. It does leave room for a pullback if we do get one, and the area of interest for that pullback would be somewhere around our 5 EMA right now, and the 5 EMA sits just above the median at around $117,000. It would be a little sweep of our current lows, come back down, retest this median, maybe retest somewhere around the 9 EMA, although I don't think it'll get that low. I think somewhere around the 5 to the median if we even get that. And usually during these 5-day breakouts, we don't get these pullbacks to retest the median. It just goes straight up. But if you do get that pullback, that's going to be the prime opportunity where I would be going max long, and stop loss is going to be a little wide on this one. But if you want to be very, very, very like by the book, your stop loss would be this wick low, which is right now about $108,000, which is quite wide. That's like an $8,000 stop loss. Let's see how much leverage. I mean, how much of a percent down that is from the median. It's around 6%. So probably want to use no more than 5x leverage on that one. And if it does, but the benefit though is if it does work out, these 5-day breakouts will usually give you a very significant move. And if you were to take it from around here, your minimum target would be the 61.8%, around $130,000, and that's 12% in your favor. So that's already 2 to 1. And then your next level where we let's see, where we topped out last time was the 78.6%, as you can see right here. And the 78.6% right now is at about $142,000, and that's 22% in your favor. The 5-day moves are usually somewhere around 25 to 35%. This is already about 22%. So somewhere around $142,000 would be your second TP. First one is $131,000. That kind of does make up for that 6%, 7% stop loss. And 5 days currently pointed to the upside on momentum, with volatility currently contracting, but it is starting to tick up. And the 5 days giving you a fresh buy signal on the jewel. Let's mark these buy signals off and see what they produce. One right there, right there. Let's omit this one because this one's in the bearish control zone. So we're going to take only the ones that are more comparable. Come on. Oh, that's all the data we have? Okay. That's enough, though. 3 makes a trend. We got more than 3. This one initially about 10%. Got 2 periods of sideways, and then 56%. Not bad. Next one. Let's take it from the open. Let's be fair. About 5%. This one, initially about 14%, went sideways for about 3 periods, and then 86%. Let's not expect an 86% move up for this one. And how much are we up in currently? About 10.4%. So if we were to take it about 14%, brings us to about $125,000, ever so slightly new all-time highs. 50% brings us to about $165,000. That $160,000 number was the number we've been looking at for several months now, although it hasn't been brought up in a while. And then 80% just for funsies, although I don't think this is going to happen, just for funsies. About just a tick below $200,000 brings us to about $199,000. And now we will go to the index and go to the weekly. Oops, I moved my main line. Index is now getting that bounce off that bottom 38.2% and that 21 EMA. And since we close over that 38.2%, it does give you probabilities of a 61.8% chance of going towards the median. And if we were to reconnect with the median on this weekly close, that would on this weekly candle, that would be about $126,000. A little bit unlikely IMO to reconnect with the median on this weekly candle. I do think more likely is going to be somewhere between the next one or two, which the end of the median is going to move. Wherever it moves at that point is going to be the target for price. And as long as we are below the median, it is more likely that it's going to move down. It is possible that it can move up because it happened over here where we were below the median and it ended up moving up. Although it's slightly more probable that it's going to move down. And if I were to guess, I would say it's somewhere around this previous high, about like 124 to like $123,000. And that is going to be our first area of resistance. Whether we're bullish or bearish, we're likely to get some type of reaction on that initial tap of the median. Momentum on the weekly is starting to flip back up now. It is with volatility at extreme lows, and the weekly is starting to lose the sell signal on the jewel. We do have the pink below the yellow in the background, which is a more powerful signal, but that will invalidate if we get a close over this wick high at around 117,971. And getting a close over that high will basically by the textbook TA give you a target of our current all-time highs. Let's go 2 week. 2 week also has a target of that median holding over that bottom 38.2% with momentum freshly flipping back up and volatility currently at extreme lows. 2 week, however, is giving you a sell signal on the jewel, but that will invalidate with a close over same level of 117,971. And right now the median is sitting at about $133,000. This will move in 9 days. If we connect with the median in the next 9 days, that'll be $133,000. So that also gives you another significant level of resistance between 130 and 133. And if we were to, if it doesn't happen within this next 9 days, likely it moves down based off of price being below it. And that would be, if I had to guess, it's going to be somewhere around that same 124 to 123 area. Although this is one of those traditional 5-day breakouts, it won't pull back at all, and it'll just go straight up to 133 in the next 9 days. Monthly also flipping back up, getting close to that neutral reset zone on momentum, with momentum putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows, prices putting in a higher low, and volatility is now at extreme lows at 5%, while the monthly is still maintaining its buy signal on the jewel and hidden bullish divergence on the jewel. Monthly will confirm a local bottom if we get a close over this wick high at around 117,971. So basically the same number across the board that'll put in a hidden bullish divergences on all of your time frames up until the monthly. And the monthly will give you like, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence on confirmation. Pretty easy target of hitting that median at that point, which is 127. Likely going to go a lot higher than 127 if you confirm all those divergences. Probably what my target would be is whatever the 38.2% is at that time. Right now, it's sitting at 188, although it's very likely going to move. Previously, it was all the way up at 233, and it moved down by almost $50,000. So if it moves down another $40,000, that puts it at like 140s. And the previous number that we just saw was around 142. It'd be a very nice number for the next all-time high, and or the next cycle high, around 140, 150. Whereas the next obvious number that we're clearly going to hit is going to be $200 or $250,000, because for some reason, whenever we tick past the previous all-time highs, the number The next target is absurdly higher than the previous number. And after we go over 124, I am willing to bet my right kidney that the targets will be somewhere around 200 to 250,000.
You all
And
heard
I
it
think
here.
that's a pretty safe bet. I think that's a pretty safe bet.
Your right kidney?
Hey, all I have to do is screenshot one person on Twitter saying 200 to 250, and my kidney is safe.
There's
Hey,
so
that's-
many of those already. Everyone's already on 250. They're saying that minimum
Why do you think I
you're
said
getting 150. Like dude, if
There was a screenshot I saw on Discord in the general chat where people were making fun of this guy who said minimum 150 by end of year,
I was about to say, I
and I
just
was like,
saw.
"Oh, those are my people, my people."
yeah.
I'm glad they weren't on the opposite end. I'd have been a little disappointed. Let's go to Tether. Tether still got 3 drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 4.95%. And your next target, you've already hit the bearish control zone. Next target is the critical zone, which doesn't tell you what it is. Let's adjust this a little bit to see if I can give you. We're at 37 right now. I'll change it to 35 for the bearish control zone or the critical zone. 30, 35, and see what number that goes to. About 3.5%. Ooh, I love that 3.5% number. Keep that in the back of your mind. 3.5%. Remember that. Now we'll go to the monthly, and we will see where that 3.5% is. Oh, what do you know? It's our monthly 100 EMA. Very cool. The monthly currently also has hidden bearish divergence with another drive appearing, and that will confirm with the close below about 4.19%. And that also will give you a target of that 100 EMA. And right now, the critical zone says it's impossible. I want to update or change the number a little bit and see what we get. Change it to 35. So all you really have to do is just change these settings, and then you'll see a number you like. 4.12%. Not really anything significant. All right. 2-week. 2-week also has hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 4.74%. Came a little close to looking like it was going to invalidate at one point, but divergence is still holding nonetheless. And we've now hit the bearish control zone, which is at 4.57%. Let me change this a little bit. Change it to 30, 32, 33. Let's do 32. It's a more even number, and see what our next level of support would be. Around 3.85%. Let's do 30. I like this number more, 3.55%. And for anyone who's new, it's a joke that changes settings and you see a number you like. There's actually a
Thank
reason
you
I'm
for
changing
saying
those
that.
numbers. It's
You
a joke.
never know how many people actually, it's not you never know. It's hard to understand how little and how few people understand sarcasm.
Yeah, because I'm sure there's going to be somebody who's going to respond, "Oh, you're a fucking retard."
Yeah. No, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Glad you said that.
And the reason why I use those numbers are significant as well, because those are significant levels in the RSI. But that 30 level and round even numbers are better than odd numbers. On the weekly right now, we are putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. I'd love to see that. And that will confirm with any close below about 4.57%. Actually, no, my bad. I'm looking at dyslexia. 4.34%. I was looking at the close instead of the open. 4.34. We're ever so slightly below that number right now. And that divergence, this is not going to be a very powerful drive, bearish divergence, because it's happening quite low, but that will give us a target of somewhere around the bearish control zone at a minimum, and that level sits at around 4.2% right now. 420, nice number. Weekly is also at 2 periods of 0% volatility with that bearish divergence appearing. That make it a lot more likely you're going to go to the critical zone. Critical zone right now is at about 2.06%, although this likely updates. 5-day as well has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. Currently have 3 active. On this last 5-day close, we just confirmed another drive of hidden bearish divergence, and that'll give us an easy target of hitting somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone, with volatility now starting to expand from 2 periods of 0%. And that gives us a target between 3.88% and 3.55%. I like that number a lot because that's our 100 EMA on the monthly. Today. Nothing. Eight-hour currently has a single drive of bearish divergence, although this is very arguable it's played out because you're well within the critical zone. If you were to get another move to the downside, it would be another tap of the critical zone, which right now is at 4.18%. Pretty close to that 4.12% number we just saw and 4.2% number we just saw. 4-hour, are we putting any divergences in? 4 hours now putting in a possible bullish divergence because we are making the lower lows on price with momentum making a higher low, although that will not confirm unless you get a close above 4.35%. And if you do get that confirmation, that will give you an easy target of hitting somewhere between this 21 EMA and this 200 between about 4.4 to 4.43. It's very likely that it's just going to be a lower high and continue to dump ski from there. Now we'll go to Bitcoin. I want to do the low time frames first. Bitcoin has a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence on the daily after this previous close on this busting action candle we had, and this will be active as long as you are closing above 112,604, and your next target or your easy target basically hit, which is the bullish control zone. That level is at around 120,777, and your next target is the critical zone, which is a little unlikely on this move because of how high you are in volatility, but the critical zone currently is at around $140,000, which is very interesting because it's very close to that 442,000 number we just saw. With the 4-hour, 4-hour, no bearish divergence because we made a higher high. Nothing present. 2-hour. 2-hour, just like the HPDR momentum on the RSI, also has hidden bullish divergence, which is now confirmed, and that gives you an easy target of hitting the simple moving average, which right now is at around $121,300, and then the critical zone sits at around 124,500. So basically, our current all-time highs. Seeing these numbers makes me even more salty about that $15 stop loss. Maybe the market will be generous and give me a little pullback. On the hourly, we also have multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. This will be active as long as you're closing over 119,832, and your next target from there is the critical zone, with volatility now expanding from just a hair below at extreme lows, I guess exactly at that 15% area. And the critical zone right now is at just under 122, at 121.8. 2-day also has 3 drives of bullish divergence now confirmed. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 112,604. You already hit the easy target, which is the critical zone, but volatility is just now starting to expand from extreme lows below that 15% area, giving you a 2-day setup firing off to the upside now. Volatility, I believe, has not confirmed yet. Let's do the bar replay and confirm. Let's go to the last 2-day close. Come on. No, so it has not confirmed just yet, but it will confirm in about 8 hours. And if this does, the volatility does confirm to the upside, let's see how much we are currently up from where we would expand. That would be from this point. We are currently up about 7%. So if we were to take it, let's see, the previous 2-day setup to the upside was right over here. We expanded from this candle. Went up about 11%. Let's take the next one, this one right here. We expanded from this candle, and then from this we went up initially about just 10.2%, very similar to that 11% number. Then 24, and then 42. Let's find one more. These are to the downside. Here's one to the upside. From candle confirmation, from there, we went up about 14%. So let's take it another 6% to that 11% number. Brings us to about $127,000. For funsies, let's do the 40% number, and then the 40%. Brings us to that similar $160,000 zone. Okay, now we go to the 3-day. 3-day also is giving us volatility expansion now from that extreme lows, and the 3-day is now starting to lose the curvature on the jewel. This was previously flipped to the downside, about to give us a sell signal, and now we've invalidated that, and now we're switching back, maintaining the neutral, and very close to switching back into a buy. Very likely with any close over about 117.885, this will switch into a buy signal on this next open in about 8 hours and 48 minutes. 5-day currently has that multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be about active as long as you're closing over 108,546, and your easy target is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now is at about $132,000. You will find some resistance at the simple moving average, which right now is at that 123 area. And volatility is now expanding from extreme lows, ever so slightly below 15%. Weekly is now putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the weekly, and this will confirm with any close over 117.885, and that will give you an easy target of the simple moving average, which right now sits at about 125.6, and the bullish control zone is at 121.8. And from there, your next target is the critical zone, because volatility is at extreme lows, and the critical zone sits at a number that will likely update, $172,000. 2-week is also now putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. Let's switch into the index to get some more data. And that will confirm with any close over 117.971. Interesting. We're putting hidden bullish divergences across the board. And that will give you an easy target of the critical zone, considering volatility is at extreme lows, and the critical zone right now is at about $152,000. Maybe we will get October, but once again, these divergences are not confirmed. These are just possibilities right now.
Nah. It's October. We're getting them. It's going to $250,000. I don't give a fuck. That's it. It's written
This
in the
month?
stars. Kathy Wood told me. Michael Saylor told me that if people knew what he knew, Bitcoin would be $10 million.
Oh,
It's
perfect. So
October.
I'll just max out all my credit lines and start spending it now.
Good. Okay, finally, you're acting rational. God damn, dude, it took forever.
Yeah, I gotta get what are those seats called again, next to the F1, next to the
Oh, in
road,
the
next to the
paddock.
track? Yeah, I gotta get that.
Yeah, those are
You're
like in Vegas, they're 30 grand, or they were last year each.
per day, right?
No, 30 grand for the 3, but 30 grand is insane
Yeah,
for
fuck that.
a ticket. And
Just
by the way, you buy
just for
those,
the Instagram post.
you can't even get into the suites upstairs. You need to be invited by the people inside those suites to get in. So you're just like an idiot walking around with no place to stop.
Yeah, just for that one Instagram post to say that you were there.
Yeah, and you don't even like F1.
You know what? It reminds me of someone that's probably there with you. I get invited all the time to Formula One races. No idea what's going on, guys. It's really exciting, though.
Hey, I'm not really into Formula One either, and I still go, but I don't pay $30,000 for those tickets.
No way. No, I do it. I love Formula One. There's no way I'd pay that.
I'm about to go to the Singapore one, but I'm not paying $30,000.
Good for you. Good for you.
Quarterly is also now putting in another possible drive of hidden bullish divergence, and this will confirm with any close over all-time highs at 124.277. Interesting. Quarterly is in the critical zone. Let me change the number a little bit to, let's say, 83 to see what the next number is. Next target. Let's do 84, actually. 85. And what number is that? Oh, interesting. 143,000. And now we go to momentum. Index. As much as we love bluffing, unfortunately, they don't have data before they existed.
What?
Such a shame. Quarterly is now once again starting to contract on volatility after this last quarterly close, although this is not confirmed. It's just ticking below the moving average, and it will confirm on this next quarterly close in about 2 months and 29 days, which is an eternity in Bitcoin land, and this can easily just start busting action and once again flip back over the moving average. And momentum on the quarterly is still flipped up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $104,500. The previous pivot, I believe, was 102. Let me go back to confirm. Oops. It's this one. Come on. This is very hard to do on a trackpad. Yo, it's actually $95,000. I think that was the monthly. That was 102. So the pivot did go up on the quarterly, although it did not really go up enough to be anything of concern because price is still significantly over that pivot.
The 104?
Yeah. The monthly pivot did go up though. Monthly was previously at 102,000. Now on this monthly close, it did go up and it went to about $113,400. But I don't really find that of much concern because this is also significantly below price action. And if it was going to be bearish, it would have went to basically what price action is now, if not a little bit higher than price. And monthly is still confirming the volatility at extreme lows because we got that monthly close with volatility below 15%, and monthly still has that active hidden bullish divergence after taking out these previous lows, while price is putting in a higher low. And monthly, for the first time since 2017, did flip up and maintain the critical zone. Every single time before we flipped down in the critical zone, we ended up losing it, except for that 2017 rally, where in 2017 we flipped back up within the critical zone, and then we had our nice little blow off top after flipping back up. Because when we made it into the critical zone, it was from our move from about $169 towards like $700. We flipped down a little bit. We got a pull back to about $460. And then when we flipped back up, we went from $600 straight to about $20,000. That was the real bull market, I guess, if you want to say. This and none of this before was really that much. It was the momentum flipping back up in the critical zone with volatility at very low levels. And if you notice now, we have volatility lower than it was back then. I'm not saying we're going to do one of these moves, but we should get some pretty insane busting action off of that setup. And this is a monthly.
So George was right.
Yes, he is 750,000 by the end of the year.
I thought you were going to say by tonight, which I would have believed.
Oh, tonight.
George, yeah. Is George there?
Yeah, he's sitting next to me right now. I met him at the event.
We
were both
really
discussing
went to the event and was getting trashed with all of you.
Mm-hmm.
We were both discussing our love for Johnny Walker Blue.
He must have a private booth that doesn't allow people. Like, I imagine that there's 2 security guards outside and he's just inside getting fucked up by himself.
I love it when people like him and Moon Carl know that nobody likes them. Because Moon,
I like. I actually find
feel
George more appealing. Moon Carl is just too ridiculous. Like that everything about that dude. He's one of the. I don't know how to describe it.
He's peak cringe. I don't think anyone's like he's the maxi of that, and then they're all just under that. I don't think anyone's on
yeah. He shows up to the events with security, and then he doesn't talk to anyone.
You don't need security for these events. Like, geez,
is a crypto bro gonna harm you? Come on, calm down.
It's so incredible.
Like in the safest spot in Singapore too. Like you don't need security in these. It's ridiculous.
But hey, what option do you have if you rug people, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
If I did rug pulls, I'd be looking over my shoulder every minute. Two week is very close to flipping back up now. Previously, this was a cause for concern that 2 week was flipped down, while the monthly was flipped up. But now 2 week will flip back up in about 9 days if we close over $117,200 with volatility now at extreme lows. Last time we had this 2 week flip back up with volatility at extreme lows, we went to new all-time highs. And the time before that, we flipped back up with volatility extreme lows. We went to all-time highs. Before that, we went to all-time highs. So 3 makes a trend. So pretty safe to say if we flip this back up, we're going to go to all-time highs. Weekly is now at 3 periods of 0% volatility, with momentum freshly flipped back up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $114,600. And weekly is now confirming the hidden bullish divergence, which is just a possibility on the RSI. Stochastic is now confirmed it by flipping back up because we took out this previous low while price made a higher low. And with volatility at 3 periods, and it's still sitting at 0%, despite this quite nice busting action candle we have on the weekly right now. This is a girthy green dildo of somewhere around almost 10%, and we haven't even ticked 0.01% on volatility yet. It's exactly at 0.00%. So when this actually starts expanding, we should see some decent percentages up. 5 days now starting to ever so slightly tick above that 0%. It's now at about 5% from even more periods of 0% volatility, with momentum flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $115,000. Come on. 2 days also freshly flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be with volatility now freshly expanding over that 15%, giving us that 2-day setup, and we're going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over $115,800. Daily is also flipped up. Volatility is expanding, getting a little high, however, not quite topped out just yet, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $112,450. 4 hours now starting to contract on volatility after giving us that double extreme that we were looking for in yesterday's live stream. And we're going to be flipped with momentum flipped down with volatility contraction, and we're going to be flipped down as long as we're closing below $121,500, which we are ever so slightly above right now. Actually, we're slightly above the pivot, very close to flipping this back up. Let's check the 2 to confirm. Likely will be flipped up. Yep, 2 is confirming that, freshly flipping back up with volatility now approaching extreme lows, very close to getting volatility expansion again. And 2 hours now putting in hidden bullish divergence after taking out this previous low, and 2-hour divergence has been confirmed by flipping back up. On the RSI, you need to put in a local bottom to confirm your divergences. On the stochastic, you only need to flip up or flip down to confirm them. And that is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $120,500. So on the higher time frames right now, Bitcoin is looking extremely bullish, with momentum remaining to the upside on the monthly and the quarterly, and the fact that the momentum pivot did not go anywhere near price action further increases my bias for the medium to long-term bullishness, with monthly giving you a volatility setup now at extreme lows. 2 week is now putting in hidden bullish divergence on the RSI, possible on the RSI, whereas on the stochastic, it's already it's about it's possible on the RSI with the close over our previous wick high, whereas on the stochastic, it's a little bit easier to confirm. Whereas on the weekly, we've already confirmed it on the stochastic, but the RSI is just a possibility, which further increases the probability that the RSI is going to confirm it. The fact that it's already been confirmed on the stochastic, and the weekly is now giving you a volatility setup with 3 periods of 0% volatility and momentum freshly flipped up. You're getting hidden bullish divergences basically across the board. You got it on the weekly, you got it on the 5-day, you have it on the 2 week, you have it on the monthly. Only one that doesn't really have it is the quarterly, but you don't need it with the monthly, weekly, and the 2 week and the 5-day. The 2-day is already firing off a volatility setup, which is about to close. And if that closes over 15%, the average move takes us up about 11 to 15%. That takes us to just over our current all-time highs around $124,000 to $125,000. Your momentum is up even on your lower time frames now, down to the 2-hour, which makes it a lot more likely that 4-hour is going to flip up and the daily will maintain upside momentum. Your first level of resistance is somewhere around $122,000 to $123,000. And whether we're bullish or bearish, I do think we're going to get a slight rejection around there, if not a little bit of a pullback. And wherever that pullback takes us to, likely somewhere around 117,000 right now for our next higher low, based off of the RSI bearish divergence target and the 5 EMA. I do think it's a high probability we will get a strong bounce from that zone and then continue to all-time highs. And the next RSI target for the all-time highs is around $130,000 to $133,000. And the invalidation right now will be getting either, let's say, either a tick below around 107,412 or a weekly close below about 108,709. Not necessarily tell me we're going to be in a bear market at that point. I would be watching for the monthly, and then if monthly gets a close below the 9 EMA, then I would say we're in a bear market.
All right. So the price has to be at $20 for it to be a bear market.
Yeah, basically.
Perfect.
Or a quick correction to zero.
Perfect.
Just a quick correction to zero, put in some hidden bullish divergence, and then 10 million the next day.
And then just go to 45 million the next day. Perfect. Next one will be Celsius and Rivian.
Nice.
I'll do Celsius.
I know it's
Nice.
your favorite drink, so it might make sense.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
love them.
Thank you, sirs. Estamos viendo Bitcoin. Rápidamente les quería enseñar esto. Para mí estoy jugando esta línea de resistencia, a ver si me sale aquí el cortillo, para que lo sepan. Y acá, pues si no sale, me salgo. ¿Por qué? Porque esto ya donde está este punto, y es por lo que lo estoy jugando, es donde todo el mundo se pone muy alcista, ya todos los objetivos son alcistas, etcétera. Es solo para llevar la contraria a la gente. De nuevo, es simplemente probabilidades. Se da bien. Si no, para adelante. Pero por ahora continuamos siendo una tendencia alcista, es bastante clara. Después de este alto tuviste este bajo, este alto, un bajo más alto y luego un alto más alto, y ahora vas a ir a conquistar en los $125,000 para buscar los objetivos grandes en los Bitcoin. Vamos a empezar en la de 3 meses con nuestro gráfico bien pintadito por acá. Podemos ver que estamos cerca de esta resistencia en los 123,255, que es resistencia la resistencia en la zona de tope importante. Una vez que estés por encima de eso, estando por encima de 121, por cierto, de 120, deberías de ir a 123. Si no puedes romper esto en 123,200, aquí es donde diríamos que algo está mal. Y después, si no puedes romper arriba de esta línea en los 123,200 y tienes un cierre por debajo y yo lo pongo acá en 118, esto quiere decir que este fue tu máximo, este fue un alto más bajo y vas a ir a buscar un bajo más bajo. Y podría ser bastante grande. Pero por ahora continuamos en tendencia alcista, que es lo importante, viendo para adelante. Cosa que les quiero mencionar a todos ustedes que ayer le di otra vez, es nuestra volatilidad trimestral nos cuenta una historia bastante sencilla. Cada que cae por debajo del promedio, esta no tenemos cuándo cae por debajo del promedio, pero cada que nuestra volatilidad va para abajo, lo pueden ver acá, cae y va para acá, ¿no? Lo que vemos en la tabla es, para que lo puedan ver más de cerca, un segundo, tope, mercado bajista. El tope se dio antes, una vez más, acá, en volatilidad, disculpen, acá, donde cruza, no, ni siquiera, en realidad fue antes, los estoy mal informando, brothers. Acá es donde empieza el mercado bajista, un poco antes de cruzar esta volatilidad a la baja en la trimestral. Y acá, la trimestral, hasta la vez pasada, esto no era así, no estaba bajando. Esto continuaba por arriba del promedio y el promedio estaba acá. Y dijimos, vamos a ver si empieza a apuntar para arriba y continúa. Porque ahora, el otro lado de la moneda de esto, y quiero que lo vean, es bastante interesante. Creo que la volatilidad en la trimestral es la que nos cuenta exactamente dónde estamos parados y nos cuenta la mejor historia. ¿Por qué? Cruzaste la media, bueno, Llegas al fondo de volatilidad, llegas al fondo de volatilidad, ¿ok? ¿Qué pasó después del fondo de volatilidad? ¡Pum! Alto histórico. ¡Pum! Alto histórico. ¿Ok? Básicamente lo que les estoy diciendo para los que crean que no estoy siendo claro o no estoy siendo claro es, si esta chingadera va para abajo, el precio va para abajo. Si esta chingadera va para arriba, el precio va para arriba. ¿Ok? Es lo que quiero que entiendan. Y en este momento, volatilidad la contamos como contrayendo por debajo del promedio. Ahora, para cerrar esto, como lo están viendo, tal cual, tiene que pasar casi 3 meses. Es esto el punto importante que tenemos que poner atención. Si en 3 meses, dentro de los 3 meses que siguen, esto se voltea y hace esto, olviden de que esto ya es el escenario o de que esto es el escenario. Pero llegas a cerrar así, probablemente ya hayas visto el máximo histórico. ¿Ok? Solamente quiero que quede claro, no le estoy diciendo que es el caso. Si en 3 meses esta chingadera se queda tal cual, ya viste el máximo histórico para cuando lo veas cerrar. Para cuando lo veas cerrar. Esa es la llave de lo que estoy diciendo. Por ahora continuamos para arriba en esta gran, deliciosa tendencia alcista. Podemos ver que tenemos la parte alta de la parte baja de la zona azul en los 127,680. De poder romper eso, podríamos ir a los 233 mil dólares, que es donde está la media. Y bueno, si rompes la media, te vas a los 300,000. Pero no se limiten. Recuerda que si rompes la media, normalmente lo que nos detiene es el 61.8% y son los 484,000. ¿Por qué no? Si ya estás viendo los 300,000, ¿por qué no te avientas a los 483,000? ¿No? Suena más divertido, mínimo para mí. Ahora, mensual. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos en la mensual? Todavía tenemos el punto de volatilidad más bajo en la tabla de toda la historia en los Bitcoin. Permítanme poner una línea meme en el 15%. Justamente para cuando veamos que va a despegar. Ahora, pueden ver que nunca en la historia había estado por debajo del 15%, lo que nos va a dar un movimiento muy alto, probablemente esos 480,000 dólares. Estoy chingando, por cierto. No tengo opinión sobre ello, solamente estoy dando escenarios locos. Está hasta abajo. Tenemos nuestra media en los 115,500, que es la zona importante. De perder los 115,500 en cierres semanales, es donde yo empezaría a ver objetivos a la baja. Pierdes los 115 a la baja y siguiente objetivo debería ser los 104,000 dólares en cierre semanal, ¿ok? Por ahora, siempre y cuando pueda cerrar esta vela mensual en 28 días y 9 horas, porque acabas de empezar el mes, por encima de los 115, deberías de tener más probabilidad a ir a buscar la parte alta de la zona azul, que está en los 145, y de ahí, digamos, el 50%, 156 o el 61.8% en los 184. 2 semanas también tenemos esta volatilidad. Y quiero que vean esto para la gente que está poniendo atención a la volatilidad. Tienes este súper movimiento a la alza potente. La volatilidad no dio, pero ni un pestañeo. Entonces, el movimiento que estás viendo ahorita a la alza no está apoyado por volatilidad mensual, no está apoyado por volatilidad trimestral y no está apoyado por la volatilidad en la tabla de 2 semanas. ¿Ok? Esto quiere decir que podría ser simplemente un ajuste, una corrección. Tenemos nuestra media justo en la línea meme en los 122, 800, 800, y ahí es donde esperaríamos encontrar un rechazo si es que no vamos a romper altos históricos. Si rompemos altos históricos, olvídenlo, vamos a 130, sería el primer objetivo, y de ahí podríamos ir aún más para arriba. De romper los 123,000 dólares, deberíamos de poder venir a los 150. Y de fallar por acá, siguiente objetivo, 112, 113. Y si falla en detenernos, 104. Semanal. Semanal, con todo este movimiento tan alcista acá, no se ha movido la volatilidad. Ok, En este movimiento alcista semanal, 2 semanas, mensual, trimestral, no está apoyando el movimiento de la volatilidad. Estos setups que estamos empezando a buscar con superpotencia a la alza, deberían de mínimo alguno de ellos estar siendo empujados por esto. Por ahora, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, rebotando en la parte baja de la zona azul en los 111, en esta vela semanal que cierra en 2 días y 9 horas, este fin de semana, por supuesto, el domingo. Y tenemos la media en los 125, 180, 148, que ya es alto histórico. Si podemos llegar a esta media, tocar esta media, romper los 123, deberíamos de poder venir a visitar los 140, de ahí a 150, pero primero los 130. 5 días. Vamos a ver si mínimo la de 5 días nos está dando volatilidad. Volatilidad en la de 5 días nula, empieza a apuntar para arriba, pero nada todavía cerca del 15% ante este gran movimiento. Esto quiere decir que este movimiento no está siendo apoyado por volatilidad tampoco en la de 5 días. Ahora, esto es importante entender por una razón, porque no es solamente bajista el escenario que les estoy diciendo, porque si volatilidad empieza a activarse, ya que estés aquí arriba, ¿no? Ya que el precio subió acá, y la volatilidad empieza a hacer esto, güey, vas a ir a $300,000. Pero si la volatilidad, si llega el precio acá, ¿no? Digamos a los 127 y esta volatilidad no se ha expandido, empieza a ver a la baja el movimiento y la volatilidad se expande, pero a caer a número récord, porque entonces tienes los setups de volatilidad más fuertes de toda la historia yéndose para abajo. Y eso debería de contar para un buen mercado bajista. Entonces, estamos siguiendo la espera de esta volatilidad, acompañando el movimiento que está haciendo Bitcoin. Por ahora, Bitcoin está más alcista que bajista, por supuesto. Estamos siguiendo justamente ahora los $127,000, deberían ser nuestro primer objetivo, de los 134. Diaria, tuviste expansión de volatilidad, como de que no ante este movimiento, el 78.6% está justo en los 123,300. Perdón, un segundo. Está justo en los 123,300 y eso es lo que nos debería llevar si la volatilidad continúa apuntando para arriba y esta es la que puede seguir. Este fue el setup de volatilidad sencillo que tuvo simplemente este movimiento a la alza y esto es simplemente en la diaria. Una vez más, ¿dónde estamos? Son el 61.8%, el 78.8% está en los 123,400, es lo que estamos buscando, donde está la línea meme, y de ahí, si no puede romper, caeríamos. La pregunta acá es, ¿qué tantas probabilidades tenemos de venir al 88.3%, que es la parte azul? Digo, la parte amarilla. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que lo tocamos? Tiene que haber una, no mamen. Ya estoy donde acá. Noviembre del 2024. Aquí está. Cuando Bitcoin subió hasta los $91,000 por primera vez, lo tocamos. Ok. Entonces ha pasado un año desde entonces y es lo que estaríamos esperando en este momento, que eso se llegue a dar una vez más para poder decir que, bueno, pues si ya rompiste acá, $128,000 debería ser el siguiente objetivo y pues ya saben a dónde vamos. 12 horas nos enseña que ya está empezando a llegar a extremos y ahora puedes llegar y marcar extremos potentes. La última vez que vimos extremos potentes en rojo fue acá en noviembre del 2024, igualito. Noviembre del 2024. Esto puede decirnos dos cosas. Que esto se va a ir a mega extremos o que ya llegaste al extremo. Y puede que el extremo te frene o en los 122, 200 o el 123. Honestamente, este análisis de Bitcoin es uno de los más fáciles de toda la historia. ¿Dónde estás parado? Estás por encima de esta línea meme, que ¿a dónde te lleva? A la parte alta de este canal. Por encima de acá, a huevo, y lo tienes que ver. Esto tocó. Perdón, un segundo. Tocó. Esto estuvo a nada, pero una vez que cerraste por encima, llegaste acá y hiciste máximo histórico. Esto debería llevarte a los 123,200. Si no puedes llegar a los 123,200, esto va a ser mínimo a buscar un retesteo bajista por acá en los 112,500. Mínimo. Así, pero te fue bien, güey. Del otro lado, pudiendo cerrar por encima de esto, tendrías que consolidar por un rato, en mi opinión, aquí. Porque si no estarías llegando a extremos. Pero con los setups de volatilidad que tienes, todo se puede. O sea, te puedes ir a esos 140, 150, 248 y del otro lado te puedes ir literalmente a los 38,000, 43,000 dólares. Si el setup de volatilidad en todas las temporalidades de los puntos más bajos se llegan a dar, existen las dos. Ahorita, eres alcista. ¿Qué es lo que no quieres perder o dónde estaría tu oportunidad de entrada en un throwback? En los 120,800. Si el precio regresa a 120,800, sería una buena zona para agregar a tu posición o para empezar una posición alcista. Y vas para arriba. De ahí tu objetivo son 123,200. Digamos 300, 123,300. Si puedes romper 123,300 y llevarte al máximo histórico, primer objetivo son 127. Después de 127, 130, 133, 140, no, 138, 140, 150, etcétera. Y a la baja sería sencillo. Pierdes los 120,800, deberías de regresar a los 117,600 y de perder la zona de los 117,600, siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 112,200. No hay tanto pierde en esta jugada de los Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, perdón, no sé por qué me fui de ahí. Voy a poner la dominancia de Bitcoin en putiza también para que la vean. Continuamos buscando estos objetivos que les estaba contando. A la alza, pueden ver que desde acá ha hecho un bajo más alto, altos más altos, y esto pone a la dominancia de Bitcoin sencilla. Va a venir una vez más a los 62,032. Sube o baje Bitcoin, porque si sube, todo el mundo se va a subir al tren de Bitcoin, van a querer tomar todas esas ganancias potentes, y es lo que ya hemos visto en el último año. Y si baja y llega a bajar potentemente Bitcoin, también la dominancia de Bitcoin aumentaría en el mercado cripto. ¿Por qué? Porque las altcoins, recuerda, pierden 10 veces más que Bitcoin. Entonces todo el mundo se refugiaría en Bitcoin para perder menos, que tiene nada de sentido, pero pues es lo que hace la gente normalmente. Entonces, yo creo que hay muy pocas probabilidades de que esto nos mande al carajo, porque la única manera de validarlo es perder esto, el 57,2%. Ahorita, siguiente objetivo para mí eran el 60%, donde está el EMA 100 diario, y el siguiente va a ser el 62%. Visto en la mensual, para que sea más claro a todos ustedes, mínimo el retesteo del canal es lo que estoy buscando, porque tienes un breakdown, deberías de venir a retestear el canal alcista una vez más, 61,5 a 62%. Pero las altcoins todavía no están en un mercado alcista. Hay pocas que están subiendo, pero no está, una vez más, no estamos viendo ese rally de NFTs, de nada, ¿no? Entonces, seguimos a la espera de eso. Vamos a ver cuándo se llegue a dar. Y también les quiero enseñar, Solana también está en este punto crítico de la tabla donde tiene que romper estos 233. Bitcoin tiene cara que lo está haciendo. Esta era... está aquí una vez más, solamente para que vean lo del canal. Déjenme quito esto. Esto es el canal, ¿no? 2021 en máximo histórico, fondo 2025 cuando llegamos a los 109, luego salimos del canal y ahora esto es lo que queremos reventar si somos alcistas. Revienta esta zona a la alza y empieza a cerrar por arriba del canal y vas a poder irte a niveles pendejos hasta arriba. Hasta arriba. No tengo idea hasta dónde, ¿no? Pero ya se los conté. Una vez más, invalidaciones de los Bitcoin sencillas. No puedes romper los 123,300. No te llevas máximos históricos. Siguiente punto a ver son los 117,800. Si te llevas los 117,800 para abajo, 112,200. 112,200 para abajo, ya te imaginarás. Y para arriba, lo que quieres es cerrar por encima de 123,300. 123,300 te deberían de llevar a 128, 128,29 a 130, 133, 130, 140, 150 hasta hasta que se te acabe la imaginación, tío. Y la dominancia de Tether, pues acompaña todo esto, sobre todo en la semanal, ¿no? Pero también vean, ante todo esto, la dominancia de Tether no ha disparado ese setup de volatilidad, sea a la alza o a la baja. Por ahora tienes un gran velón bajón, pero lo que podría estar haciendo es y es lo que habíamos platicado acá, ir a retestear esta línea de breakout. Veniste, caíste, ¡pum! Una vez más y vámonos para arriba. O la puedes perder y hundirte, volatilidad expande para abajo y Bitcoin se va a 300,000 trillones de dólares. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Los Bitcoin. Alrighty, sir. What do you got? Celsius?
Nah, Rivian.
Oh, Rivian. 1 second.
Yeah, it's in that spot. I'm liking the way this is lining up with the channel. I mean, it's pretty obvious here. You just need to simply hold above the 34, stay above the channel. Potentially, you can get a breakout by the end of October, middle of October. Yeah, more middle of October, near the 20th. I have really a date, maybe. No, yeah, I guess end of October, middle of October was accurate. And you're really gauging this weekly close to see. You need to simply hold above the moving averages. That can then start holding the hope of, yeah, maybe you get another move up into here, specifically that weekly EMA 100. Because if you start just deviating in 4 hours, this closes and you lose all major moving averages, it's going to really start having an implication that, yeah, this is brewing a breakdown. You even see here volatility is starting to move up. Now it started to, it didn't confirm above 15%. But when we have weekly volatility at the lowest rate ever, this is definitely worth something to consider watching, specifically when you're in this type of channel. Right? You're just in massive consolidation. You just hit a weekly EMA 100 for the second time ever in this chart's history. Big stuff. Now let's see the HBDR and see if we're near a breakdown or not. It's quite the opposite. You're still breaking out. This can easily shift up and actually fall back within the blue range, 38.2% range. But for now, what we have confluence of is the top side of the 38.2% on the weekly, which ideally should hold, is sitting right in that $12.65 region. Good confluence with this overall trend line here. So, I mean, in the next 4 hours, if you come down, swipe, hit up, swipe down and hit that 1260, you need to move up before the weekly close, ideally just not losing that weekly EMA 34. Losing 1260, though, yeah, would really start signaling that move to like $11.12. But like I said before, really simply, once you take September 8th low out, it's going to start shifting this weekly down. You're going to be in a breakdown with volatility saying it's very primed right now. I'm not convinced $11 is going to hold, but rather, do you think you're going to start seeing a massive breakdown to that $8.30 region? So, we've been watching Rivian for quite a long time now, having these big rips, these moves down, big rips. You're just towards the end of this now. So it's something worth considering, watching very carefully, especially if you've just been trading Rivian anyways, because really the chart is gearing up for a major, major move. Now you're getting 5-day expansion on BBWP. Again, significant because this is the lowest read you've ever had in this chart's history. Now expansion started to occur on a move down. So wherever this 5-day and specifically the weekly shifts, the HBDR, in my opinion, will be very key because even on the 5-day, you're still in a breakout, because you're simply holding above the 38.2%. But the 5-day expansion on volatility is a big concern because, well, that could be the start of the major breakdown off of that 5-day volatility, especially it being at the lowest read ever. Pretty interesting stuff here, though, actually, because we've just been watching this contract, and now you're potentially going to fire off. Let's see here. Yeah, so it is confirming expansion potentially on this next 5-day candle closure. It still hasn't, but it's above 15%, and it's quite mature at 17. Just implications. And that's why really I started on the weekly, because you're right at that weekly 34, and even the 5 days no different. And that's just kind of the perspective of you can't really be aggressively shorting this yet, predicting a breakdown. That's why you have to have your just metrics set. Use September 9th low. Take that out. That'll be in a confirmed weekly downtrend. And then use this trend line here. This trend line's been our friend. Deviations have always led to moves up. So if you are on the camp that you're bearish, then the trade will just lie off this trend line that's been holding for quite a while, actually. I mean, since April of 2024. This is more of a setup you can be aggressive. Just max shorting here just doesn't really make too much sense yet. Because, right, if the weekly, let's go back to that because it's closing today. If the weekly loses the 9 but holds a 34, wouldn't you just gauge some kind of bounce to the 9? And then that, if it rejects, you'll make your move down to the channel. That ideally bounces, but if you lose the channel, that'll just be the start of the breakdown. But even here, I mean, let's just measure it. It doesn't seem like that much, but I've said that before. And yeah, see, it's 3.8% away from that weekly 9. Was holding as support this entire move up here. Got back above the 9, held it as support, held it as support, held it as support, held it as support, broke out. Come down. Now you're losing the 9. Wouldn't it make sense to just get like a mercy rally up to it and then reject? And that's just the perspective for maybe aggressive shorting happening here. Not really allowed to do that. Here you can make the argument getting that, BR on the weekly 9, but until that occurs, it's in a tricky spot. So Rivian we were always watching for October to be the move. You're starting to see the beginnings of volatility really start confirming a move, all while you're at the end of this channel. There's really no coincidence in that, I don't believe. And I'm holding a lot of weight on this channel. So if we're going to be bearish, then you should start seeing specifically on the 5-day that 1260 start getting lost. Oh, I am on the 5-day. Go back here. Yeah, 1260 is a good spot to use. That's right where that September low was that we're using. It's actually at $12.57, very near that 1260. And that's why it's just going to be important, because let's say you start dumping into close on this weekly happening today. You trend shift, even a rally up after the trend shift, you would be gauging a lower high. Just the start of your bearish price structure forming. So until then, though, you haven't taken out that September low. You're still potentially in an uptrend. Even the HBDR is saying, yeah, this is just more in that breakout area than not. That's why we'll just simply wait for this new weekly happening in 4 hours, more data. We'll be paying attention to this weekly 9, something that's been holding really from $13 all the way up to, that $16 region. So logically, you'd want that just to be flipped into resistance, and then you can maybe talk about downside. But until then, watch this weekly very carefully. It's very important to see where that goes. Go to the daily real fast. You're at the SMA 200, so it's good confluence on why, if you're aggressively shorting here, is it wise to aggressively short into a daily SMA 200? No, you should just short once you lose it. We've talked many times about an SMA 200 loss leading to a breakdown in trending markets. We've talked about on Tesla, Bitcoin, so forth. So here, this is actually giving you more confluence that, if you are aggressively shorting, it's not really necessary. You can just wait for the SMA 200 to get lost, move down to 1260, weekly trend shift, and then have an easy ride down to like $8. But until then, you can actually make an argument this will hold. SMA 200 will spring you up, and you'll move, fill this gap, and actually come and test that daily 9. That would mean you're going a little past the weekly 9, so just keep note of that. Or, right, you just do reject here. You do roll over. You do weekly trend shift, and then we can aggressively start shorting into that 1260 to 1280 region. So for me, really on Rivian, you're just waiting and watching, right? If you're pre-positioning, understand it's going to be max choppy in this zone right before we're going to break out. Bulls and bears know it's coming, and markets also don't want anyone to win. So I wouldn't just expect this or this. I just like really expect like the chop to ensue. You come down. Let me delete this circle here. You come up again, and then you just either fizzle out. There's your bearish structure, or again, yeah, you just hold the 34 and move up. Breaking and holding the weekly EMA 100 will be my sign of a breakout. You get 2 to 3 candle closures above that weekly EMA 100. That's something that's never occurred in history on Rivian's chart. And I'll have no choice but then to start looking for a major move up to first $19 and potentially all the way up in that $24 to $28 region. Pretty massive. Even go to like the weekly, you have an SMA 200 for the first time populating. And that is sitting at $22.63. So if you get above the EMA 100, that would be the next target. It's about a 39% move. With what I showed with volatility, it's definitely not the most absurd thing to talk about, specifically when you have massive volatility contraction on most big time frames. Here's the 2-week even. This is a nice representation of just how low it is. I'll just finish off with that monthly. Just at the lowest and contracting. So all eyes on this area. Monthly still in a breakout. Weekly still in a breakout. 5 days still in a breakout. But where that weekly closes today and where the ranges shift will be very telling to me. But still, I will say there is still hopium for bulls. A lot of the HBR setups are still in breakout. You haven't lost the trend line, and just so you know, it's just been holding literally since 2024. So, we've come towards the end of this. You have an SMA 200 lined up right in that region. So, whenever I see like an SMA 200 lined up with a massive zone like that 1260 region, just give me good confidence. If you dump down, I know, okay, we'll probably rally up, bearish retest, and then the real trending move. And that probably comes off the SMA 200 rejection. Similar to what we had here. You just rejected, then moved down, but obviously you didn't get follow through down. Let's find a better example. Here's a better one. Rejected down. You just had a little bit more follow through. Let's go to, this. So this is a better example. Losing it, staying under it, and then really dumping hard from it. So yep, that's all I'm watching really. SMA 200 on the daily does not allow us to aggressively short. Watch for maybe the daily 9 to be tested. Gap fill. All while the weekly is about to close. So you're about to get a new weekly candle, more data. All eyes on the 34. If and when this weekly closes, you very easily can just rally up, test the weekly 9, and then either sell off 1260 under on any daily closure will be good confirmation of that, specifically all while using that September low. So that's all I have on Rivian. Seems like it's priming up though for a move.
Let's see where, because if you look at like past history, right? October, November, December. And that was last October, November, December. Right? And all he did in those December moves was if I'm not mistaken, a lower high. After this. So we get that I'm keeping up with that. Seeing
Bitcoin is currently breaking up.
Say it again.
Busting action on Bitcoin.
Oh yeah. Look at this. It's doing it.
Where's that trend line?
123 will be the key.
Yeah.
123,300. Above that, you get all-time highs.
Under and there goes my TP too.
Oh,
if I hadn't been stopped by $15.
And of course, it's like that traded to TP2. That's just terrible.
Yeah. Whereas not a single other trade hits TP2, but
TP1.
Instead of taking a $2,000 loss, I'd be up 12K right now.
Damn, that'd be pretty nice.
Wonderful.
It's unfortunate. Let's just say that. I'll get back to this. And Alex Coinbase.
Okay, cool. Sweet.
Ok. Rivian, damas y caballeros. Estamos viendo a Rivian. Les pongo esto en tabla sencilla. Lo primero que quiero es analicemos el tiempo. Estamos en octubre del 2025. Vámonos a octubre del 2024. ¿Cuándo fue octubre del 2024? Después de este pompazo de verano. Este es octubre del 2024 y noviembre. Ok, eso quiere decir que octubre y noviembre es donde normalmente encuentra en noviembre el suelo Rivian, o lo hizo el año pasado. Vamos a ver, recuerden que estos son coches, es temporalidades, pero todo se ha jodido honestamente con lo de los aranceles porque normalmente lo que acaba de pasar no pasa. Pero vamos a continuar con esto como sea. Discúlpenme. Noviembre, diciembre del 2023. Y esto, enero, igual, básicamente igual. Pero lo que haces es, normalmente siempre haces esto. En la siguiente, lo puedes ver, un alto más bajo. Eso, si se llega a repetir, nos pondría, digamos que este es el fondo acá, probablemente a subir hasta los 15 en diciembre y ahí encontrar el bajón tradicional hasta abril de estas cosas. Si es que se llega a dar, ¿no? Estamos viendo si ese escenario es el que se va a repetir. Ahora tengo curiosidad del 2020. Bueno, el 2022 fue bajista todo el puto año, así que no lo consideraría un buen ejemplo exactamente, aunque octubre fue más bajo, pero continuó cayendo hasta enero, tal cual. Voy a tomar los últimos 2 años, nada más, porque me conviene, ¿no? Para mi gran análisis. Ok, otra cosa que queremos ver, altos más bajos que este, altos más bajos hasta ahora. Pero estamos en un punto crítico en este momento. Este punto crítico es justamente esta línea meme de en puntos, porque aquí tienes tu promedio del 9, el 21, 34, etcétera. Vean qué velón verde nos dio, digo rojo nos dio, pero volatilidad no ha hecho nada ante esta vela, lo que nos dice que la volatilidad tampoco está acompañando el dump, ¿ok? Vamos a empezar desde el principio con la mensual y analicemos volatilidad mensual. Está en el punto más bajo de la tabla de toda la historia. Voy a por fin poner una línea meme en el 15%. Un segundo. Puta madre, pinche pulso de alcohólico. Esta le estoy poniendo para otras temporalidades, pero aquí mínimo ya tenemos el setup de volatilidad en la historia más potente que vaya a dar Rivian en toda la vida. ¿Va a ser a la alza o a la baja? Es lo que nos vamos a quedar para ver. Por ahora, pueden ver que también justamente aquí nuestro promedio del 9 es lo que estamos intentando aguantar. Lo habíamos perdido solamente en este cierre, después 1, 2 y este sería el tercer cierre, pero falta todavía todo el mes. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 5 ya, pero queremos aguantar el 9 en los 13.43. Básicamente esta zona en los 13.30 es la zona más importante en mi punto de vista para empezar a decirte si vas a continuar cayendo o si vas a dar la vuelta. Si llegas a aguantar esta zona y no caes y te llevas este mínimo, yo creo que tienes más probabilidad de venir a la parte alta del canal por aquí de los 16, 16, 20. Ahora, arriba de esto tenemos algo, tenemos el 34 que nunca ha sido tocado en los 20,39. ¿Podría ser realísticamente tocado? Podría, no sé qué vaya a pasar, pero podría, ¿no? No hay nada. Ah, no, olvídenlo, está el 100% ahí arriba. Por ahora, rebotamos en la parte alta de la zona azul. Venimos cayendo del 78%, tal vez al 68%, al 61.8%, y esto nos llevó a la parte baja de la zona azul. Siempre y cuando no caigamos, y una vez más, por lo que les había dicho también lo del cierre de esta vela, si no nos llevamos el mínimo de esta vela, no tenemos problemas. En cuanto te lo lleves, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 11.20. ¿Ok? 11.20, la línea meme de acá abajo. Qué puta coincidencia con eso. Bueno, ya vimos volatilidad ahí. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, no se ve bien. 2 semanas también tenemos volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla, una vez más, repitiéndonos, diciéndonos, susurrándonos coquetamente, diciendo, oye, carnal, se viene un movimiento grande, ¿eh? Ok, gracias por decírmelo. Con eso dicho, habíamos sido rechazados por el 50%, caímos del 50%, caímos al 38.2%, estamos cayendo en la zona azul. La zona azul está aguantando en este momento el promedio del 9 y el 21. Es crítico que aguantemos esta zona. De no poder aguantarla, los 11.88, básicamente los $12 son lo siguiente. Y si nos llegamos a llevar los 11.57, bueno, siguiente objetivo debería ser los $9. Atentos acá, una vez más, todavía no nos dice eso. Pero a la alza, si recuperamos los 14.56, deberíamos de poder regresar a los 15.20 y hasta la parte alta de esto en los 61.8%, que probablemente es donde vaya a estar el promedio del 55, como vaya pasando el tiempo. Semanal. Semanal también tenemos la volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la historia. Había expandido y luego se echó para atrás tantito, pero no oficialmente arriba del 15%, por lo que no lo contamos, por lo que nos sigue dando el setup de volatilidad más potente que vaya a dar esta tabla en toda la historia. Esto es la semanal. Ya llegamos al 78.6%, nos rechazó, lo perdimos el 61.8% y nos está aguantando el 50%, que es donde estamos ahorita. De no aguantar, siguiente objetivo debería ser 12.61 y de llevarnos este mínimo, una vez más, 11.20 y de los 11.20, una vez más, a los $9. Diaria, tienes expansión de volatilidad, una probabilidad de expansión de volatilidad. Y aquí es donde yo les diría, mantengan el ojo bien pelado. Ayer justamente estamos platicando en la clase privada para los elite traders de cómo cuentas volatilidad. ¿Ustedes cómo contarían volatilidad acá? Contéstense ustedes mismos la pregunta, no lo tienen que poner en el chat. Y les voy a dar yo la respuesta. Como cada periodo de volatilidad es donde ven que el mouse no me deja ser fluido con todas las zonas y me pone como zonas donde está, es porque en cada una de estas zonas hay una vela en la temporalidad diaria, ¿ok? Si de esta zona a esta zona es un día, la última cerrada de volatilidad fue acá, por debajo del promedio. Y esta, que parece estar por arriba, tenemos que esperar al día de hoy a que cierre. Y aparte cierre semanal, es importante el día de hoy, porque si el día de hoy esto cierra con volatilidad expandiendo, queremos ver a dónde está apuntando, porque, y vean la vela, hija de puta, hijos de puta, honestamente, son unos hijos de puta. Vean la vela más mamona y doji que has visto en tu vida. No te dice nada, parece una cruz de Cristo al revés. Ahora, importante señalar, rompiste y perdiste el promedio del 100 en el último cierre diario. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que hiciste esto? Acá. ¿Y eso cuándo fue? En julio del 2025 y te di un viaje hasta los 11.58. Y fue la primera que cerraste por debajo de... Sí, cabrón. En realidad no. Bueno, sí. La primera que cerraste acá también te llevó hasta acá. Acá la zona aguantar va a estar, güey, y aparte se junta perfecto con el S&P 200, con el 78.6%, etcétera. La cosa es, hemos caído bastante en este rango, pero es un rango diario, por lo que esto puede caer más rápido de lo que pensamos también. Y tenemos que tener eso en mente, ¿ok? Les voy a poner este trade de Rivian bastante sencillo a todos ustedes. Yo creo que ya vieron. Yo me lo llevo en la semanal, no me tengo que preocupar. La diaria estoy viendo volatilidad, ¿ok? Esencial que pongamos atención en volatilidad en la diaria. En la semanal estoy viendo mi promedio del 34 que aguante. Si llego, no, es más, me voy a ir con la diaria. La diaria es más sensible. La diaria es más sensible como mi nepe, porque la diaria estando por debajo de la línea roja es el promedio del 100. Si cierras por debajo la diaria del promedio del 100, vas a tener una muy alta probabilidad de venir mínimo a los 13 planos y de que no aguanten los 13 planos, vas literalmente a los $12 si no aguantan los 11.90 y de ahí podrías irte a los 10. Tenemos que poner muchísima atención acá el día de hoy y también esperar a ver cómo nuestra volatilidad nos va a decir que vamos. Porque si esta es una vela roja a fin del día y volatilidad expandió por encima del 50, lo voy a anotar aquí para que lo tengan, cabrones. Ok. Vamos a anotarlo acá. No tiene dirección todavía. Pero si se llega a mover este pedo por debajo o arriba de, nos va a indicar más o menos a dónde vamos. Eres alcista en Rivian, ¿qué es lo que buscas? Poder ir arriba de los 14.42, quieres venir a cerrar este gap de los 14.50 y empezar a empujar a la alza. Por ahora, lo único que te puede mantener si eres alcista con esperanzas es el SMA 200, el EMA 100 y esta línea meme en los 13.30. Pierde esto, vas a 12. Pierde 12, 11.20. Pierde 11.20, vas a 10. Y una vez más, zona crítica a recuperar en Rivian, para mí son los $15 si eres alcista. Porque ahorita te puede dar un rebote, tío, acá y rechazar en el 21 y continuar para abajo. ¿No? Te hace la trampa del gap que existe acá. Recuerda cuál es la ley del gap. No todos los gaps se tienen que cerrar y menos instantáneamente. Te hace la trampa del gap. Va a venir el rebote acá. Viene, no te cierra el gap por completo, lo deja a la mitad y pito para abajo. Es importante mantener esto en mente y al cierre del día. Ahí lo tienen. Vámonos a ver Celsius con el gran Farhan.
Alrighty. Vámonos para el Celsius.
Vámonos para Celsius, damas y caballeros.
What he said.
Huh?
What he said.
What do you mean?
I'm repeating like what he said.
Oh. Okay. I'm so fucking stupid.
I don't remember the words. So what he said.
Thank you for clarifying it.
All right. So I'll start with. Do we have enough? I think we have enough data for a quarterly. We do indeed. We have enough data, and I am once again not going to mention that I'm salty on Bitcoin, but on the quarterly we are now reclaimed all of our major EMAs. We're on the last quarterly candle. We closed back above our 5 EMA. And this would give you a setup of coming at least to come and retest this bottom 38.2%, which right now is at about $74, $75. Our current all-time high is at about $99, so it's about like 20-ish% away from your current all-time highs. Momentum is pointed to the downside currently, with volatility expanding. And are you making a lower low? Just ever so slightly away from making a lower low on momentum. What bulls are looking for right now is for this momentum to make a slightly lower low and price to make a move up to this 38.2%, because if that happens, we will have taken out all of our previous major lows, which as of this moment, we have taken out these previous lower lows, which is a close of $18.39, and here we have a close of $26. So we do have a higher low while momentum is making lower lows, giving you hidden bullish divergence. And if we take out this low as well, that's going to give us a third drive of hidden bullish divergence, which should be all you need to continue this trend to the upside and go to new all-time highs. And right now, to confirm that divergence, we will need two things. First, we need momentum to make a lower low below this low, and then we will need a close over this previous week high around $63.50. And if you get that, then that'll give you an easy target of your current all-time highs. Your next relevant target is going to be your top 38.2. Actually, first is the median, I think the top 38.2%. But both of them are likely going to move before they get hit. But right now, the median sits at around $150, which is about 50% up from your current all-time highs. And your 38.2% is at $200, which is a 100% move from your current all-time highs. Let's go to monthly. Monthly is currently flipped down with volatility contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low for some hopium. This previous monthly candle was kind of a top candle, sort of, not really as much of a top candle as if we had taken out this previous high, which we didn't quite do. Did we? Actually, we did. 62, 64. No, we didn't. So this is 63. If we had taken out that previous high, that would have been a lot more worrying for a deeper pullback. But the fact that we didn't, and we're still holding over this 5 EMA, and we're getting a bounce off of our 38, slightly above our 38.2%. But the important part is that we're still holding this top 38.2%. Makes it a lot more likely that we're just going to consolidate here before another busting action to the upside. Similar to like this move here and this move here, where we just consolidate for one period and then continue up again, which is not really all that bad. To consolidate for 1 month, not really get much of a pullback, and then get some more busting action. Like this is how much of a move up after consolidation? About 35%. And how much of a move down did we get during then? From the open to the wick low, 5.7%. That's nothing. On this next one, we got from open to wick low, 5%, followed by another 42% to the upside. How much are we down from this wick low to this open? I mean, this open to this wick low, about 11%. So this was this was a deeper pullback than all of the previous ones. And if we were to follow it up with about 30% up, let's do it from here. Be conservative. That brings us to about these current highs at the 61.8%. Slightly above these current highs at about $66, $67. We take it to 40%. Brings us to about $70-ish. And then if we do it from this candle's open instead of the previous wick low, which is a bit more fair because that's what happened. That's what we measured it from last time. 35% brings us to about $77, and 40% brings us to about $80, which is very close to our current all-time highs. 2 week. 2 week is also currently flipped to the downside with volatility contracting. The 2 week jewel is losing its buy signal, slipping over into a neutral, and we're getting a fresh 2 week silver cross, which our current wick low is exactly off of this 9 EMA. And from that 9 EMA, you're currently up about 17%. Not bad. This is one of those few setups where you could blindly play the silver cross on an entry of the 9 EMA and it ends up working out. It's not always going to happen like that. And as of now, you are very close to, once again, to reclaiming this 38.2%, getting a fresh close over that 38.2% along with your silver cross. Last time you got a fresh close over your 38.2% was right over here. Actually, it was over here. And then you got a little bit of a move down to retest the 38.2%, your 9 EMA, and then you busted up into the 78.6. And right now, the 78.6 sits in that same $80 zone that we just looked at right now, previously. And is there any divergence here? No, not quite, but it's very close to putting in some possible hidden bullish divergence. Just needs to take out this previous low. Weekly is also positioned to the downside. Weekly is already putting in that possible hidden bullish divergence because we took out this low while price is still making a higher low. Weekly divergence will confirm with any close over $54.61, which we are a decent amount above right now. And we're above the median as well. So, giving us probabilities if we do close over that area and confirm that hidden bullish divergence, very likely we're going to test this upper $80 zone. On the opposite hand, however, the jewel is giving us a God mode sell signal, although that will be confirmed if we mark this as a local bottom and close over 54.61. We got 3 hours and 40 minutes for the bears to dump it. 5 days, basically same exact look as the weekly. Possible hidden bullish divergence. 5-day confirms with the close over 57.01, and we're over the median, which is currently at 57.30, basically along the number that confirms our divergence, and that takes us up to about $85, which is 78.6%. Two-day is currently flipped up with volatility just now starting to expand from extreme lows, about 10%, and 2-day jewel is giving us a fresh buy signal. We are currently getting a slight rejection from the 38.2%, which is at about $60. Excuse me, at 59.95. And if we do continue to get a rejection from here on the close, what's more likely is we're going to get a little bit of a pullback to wherever the 9 EMA is at that point. I do think it's going to get a little bit of a bounce off that 9, but I think that bounce is going to fail and likely going to come down to somewhere around the median, which is lines up with this 21 EMA. And you have not really somewhat of it's been filled, so not really much of a gap, but it would be a retest of this 21 after freshly getting a close above it, assuming we get a rejection of this 38.2%. If we don't get a rejection of the 38.2% close above it, then you're likely just going to continue straight up to go towards $80. And the jewel over here, mark this off. Let's go from the south signal, so take that one too, although it's going to be a little bit less, it's going to be a little weaker. Nope. Oops. It's happening a little. That won't work, I guess. It's only slightly in the bearish control zone. And we'll call it with that one. Massive gap up on this one. I love how stocks do this. It gives you a bullish setup and then it gaps up so nobody can take the long.
Such pieces of shit. Well, you know what? That's just a free market. That's what happened. People just bought enough to make that a real thing.
At least crypto doesn't do that shit.
Crypto plays just opposites to technicals.
Whereas the stocks, it'll give you a bullish setup or a bearish setup, and then it'll gap massively up or down.
Well, because yeah, they have the and by the way, stocks will do this once they're trading 24/7. They're gonna turn into like more like Bitcoin, where they're gonna break all fundamentals for technical analysis. And by that I mean, Bitcoin only makes a higher high after it makes a lower low, which shouldn't happen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So and stocks don't have to do
Take all
that.
the liquidity.
Stocks shut you down for 12 hours. You're wondering what the fuck is going on. And then they open you wherever they want to open you so that you can never play with that.
Yeah, that's a lot more. Yeah, I guess you can choose your flavor of manipulation,
Exactly.
whichever manipulation you like.
Until stocks trade 24/7, then it'll be the same.
And then the only thing you really have to follow is what a lot of people call liquidity theory, where wherever the most amount of liquidity is, that's what the side that's probably gonna get fucked.
Yep. 100%.
12%, 22%, 87%. This one, not much. 1.52%. That was the one that happened in the bullish control zone, though, so it's naturally going to be weaker. 5%. About 11%. Lines up with roughly 10. 20% lines up with that 20 number we saw before as well. And as of now, we're up about 9.4%, so it fits that 10% number. If we take it about 20%, brings us to about $67. I'm curious what $80 is. It's about 40-ish%. Alrighty. Daily also flipped to the upside, getting a little high, however, not quite topped out just yet, but it is getting to an area of concern. It tops out somewhere around like high 80s to 90% area. It topped out over here in a similar zone that we are in now, so that is cause for concern. And we are also at the 78.6% at that point, which we are at right now. 4-hour is now flipped to the downside. Volatility is contracting, which is some hopium. You do have a bullish cross with the pink above the yellow, and you have a fresh silver cross on the 4-hour. And as long as we are holding over this 38.2%, what's more likely is just going to backtest this 38.2% and continue upwards to the upper $60 zone. Start to lose this 38.2%, then you're going to get a deeper pullback to somewhere around $55 to $56 to retest the silver cross. And let's go to the RSI. Celsius Holdings.
Very professional.
What are you holding? A Celsius.
Just Celsius. It's like they're describing their warehouse operation.
We're just holding Celsius. Because we can't move any of this shit. Quarterly currently has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $41.31, and your next target on the divergence is the simple moving average, which right now is at 87.52. A very nice number. I like that number. And quarterly volatility is approaching the lowest level ever, if it's not there already. And it's just about the lowest level ever. Just like a percentage or two off. We're currently at 23%. The lowest point ever is about 22%. Monthly, nothing there. There's some. No, that's already played out because you're in the hidden bullish. You're in the critical zone. So there's some hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points, but this is already played out because you're in the critical bullish control zone. And the next target would be the critical zone, and that level's at about $98. 2-week. Close to putting in possible hidden bullish divergence, but hasn't taken out the previous low yet. Weekly, did it? No, it did not. Did not take out the previous low. 5 days now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $57.01. That'll give you an easy target of hitting the simple moving average, which right now is at $70. And then the critical zone currently sits at about 93. I think critical zone is more likely. 3-day has confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $50.80. You're now hitting your easy target, which is the simple moving average. Your next target is the critical zone, which right now sits at $90. Lines up well with our high upper 80s number. 2-day currently has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over same number, $50.80. And your target from there is going to be first your simple moving average and then your bullish control zone. Simple moving average is at about $62 and the bullish control zone is at 67. Critical zone is at 96. Nothing on there. Nothing there. And zoom in a little bit. We are making lower lows on momentum on the 2-hour with higher lows on price, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence, but you will need to get a close over $60.76 to confirm. And if you do confirm that, let's look at our RSI. That'll give you a target. Let's move our number let's move to 85 and see what the divergence target will be. $62 didn't really move that much. Let's move it to 90. $65, not really moving much at all. Now we go into the momentum. Alrighty. Quarterly is about to freshly flip back up with volatility now approaching the lowest level ever, and it will flip back up if you close over about $45.66, which we are a good amount above right now. And if you notice, quarterly has now taken out this low and this low and this low, with the price putting in higher lows every single step of the way, giving you 1, 2, 3 drives of possible hidden bullish divergence now. And that will confirm with any close over 45.66, giving you an easy minimum target of your current all-time highs if that confirms. Let's draw this and see if we can get another relevant number. And with 3 closes over about $71, your next target, oh, good Lord, that's very insane, $253. I don't make the rules. I'm not making this number up. That's just what the technical target would be. And remember what I prefaced it with. 3 closes over $71 on a quarterly basis. Not 1, not 2, 3.
So just 3 years.
Yeah, just an eternity.
Just wait an eternity.
Eventually it'll hit that number. Bitcoin target of $1 million by the next 250 years. Similar logic. Monthly currently, and if I'm wrong, no one will be alive to prove me wrong. On the monthly, we are currently flipped up, and we will remain up as long as we're closing over $29.69. It's a very nice number, and momentum is now, volatility is now freshly expanding with momentum pointed to the upside. 2-week is currently flipped down with volatility contracting, but we are very close to flipping back up. In about 1 week, we will flip back up if we close over 59.38, which we are ever so slightly above right now. And flipping back up here will maintain the critical zone. Last time we flipped back up in the critical zone, we got some nice busting action of about 53% to the upside. It doesn't look like that much right here, but that was a 53% move. Getting a 50% move from here would take us to somewhere around $80, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, into the 80s, upper 80s. Weekly is currently also positioned to the downside with volatility contracting, with weekly putting in possible multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, and it will flip up and confirm those divergences with a close over $62.80. Now I'll give you an easy target of somewhere around your 80s. 5-day as well as flip down, and it will flip back up, confirming multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence with the same pivot as the weekly, 62.80. 2-day is currently freshly flipped up with volatility now contracting, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over $52.14. Likely you're going to get volatility expansion once you take out this previous high on a closing basis of 58.91, or if you tick above about 63.50. Daily is also positioned to the upside with volatility expansion, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 54.14. Even the 4-hour is currently positioned to the upside, although it is getting very close to flipping back down, and volatility is now contracting from a double extreme, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 59.06. Come on. And 2-hour is currently freshly flipped down with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $60.09. So based off of this setup, as long as you are trading below about $60.76, it is more likely that you're going to come back down and retest somewhere around this $56 to $55 area. And if you do take more likely somewhere like between, if you want in EMA basis on your 2-hour, between your 55 EMA and the 200 down to about $55, $56 to $55. And see, the hourly also going to be flipped down most likely. Yeah, also is flipped down with volatility contraction, and is going to remain down as long as you're closing below $60.57. So the higher time frames are still quite bullish. Quarterly is about to freshly flip back up, although it is still pointed to the downside, but it will flip up and confirm multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence if we close over $45.67. Monthly is already flipped to the upside, and we're heavily above our pivot right now. We are like, I think 80% over that pivot. We're close to double.
Double.
Why did the pivot change? The pivot changed on the monthly. 59. It wasn't it just at 20?
Well, now would be exactly where price is.
That's weird. It was just at 29. Let me do the bar replay. And now it's on Bitcoin.
Excellent.
I don't know what's going on with Celsius.
This is definitely Celsius' fault, not mine.
No, it's definitely not my fault.
Of course not. Fucking
Interesting.
Celsius.
Was it not just at $29?
I didn't. I mean, I wasn't exactly staring at it.
Yeah, I was 100% sure it was at $29. So, yes, it's $29. You see that?
That's so fucking incredibly a big jump. Big. It's a big jump, I tell you. Very big.
Yes, I'm not sure if it's at $29 or 59. Let's assume it's at $29. So because it is still pointed to the upside, and it has not lost the curvature. If it was at 59, then it's so weird. It jumps between 59 and 20. But if it was at 59, this would be more of a angled curvature. It would be something like this, where it's close to flipping to the downside, or something like this. So more likely this is that $29 pivot, which we are basically close to double right now. The only time frames that are really pointed to the downside are going to be your 2-week and below, and it's not really more of a bearish signal to the downside, considering we are right around that pivot. What's more likely from your based on your lower time frames, you can get a little bit of a pullback to somewhere around that $56 to $55 zone, which would just put in more possible hidden bullish divergences in your higher time frames, and that will give you a target of somewhere around the upper 80s to the $90 zone, which is also a target of some of your current confirmed hidden bullish divergences. On the invalidation would be if you were to get on a tick basis, I'd say below. Let's zoom in a little bit. $32.36, or a weekly close below about $43.23. Either one of those two things, and you're very likely going to come back down and retest this 2-week 200 SMA somewhere around 24, 25 bucks. Right now in the low time frames, do you think you get a little bit of a pullback? Maybe that pullback takes you somewhere around low 50s, so like 52. But I don't. Very likely it's not going to go below $50 based off your divergences that are already confirmed. Maybe a little spike below, but I don't expect any closes below about 50, like 50 dollars flat. You shouldn't see any closes below there. The number to invalidate the move up to the 80s would be that 43.23 number, and the target for that low $55 area would be a retest of that 2-hour 200 SMA, and that would also give you a lower low on your momentums on the weekly and the 2-week, giving you that possible hidden bullish divergence, and that confirmation would with the stochastic would be confirmed by flipping momentum back up, and that would send you up to that $80 zone. And the invalidation for getting that move down currently to about $55 would be basically getting a tick above our current high at around $60.76.
Yeah.
Getting that tick would invalidate the move down to 55, and then you're more likely to go up to your hidden bullish divergence, next bullish control zone target, which is at about $60 to $65, and then above there is your $80 zone.
Thank you, senor. Very clear, very easy. Now, can we please look at Tesla? Since we saw
that was very interesting with that monthly momentum. I was thinking I was going crazy for a second there.
No, it was a big flip. So you probably saw the old candle cashing into your computer or your chart, right? You're muted.
Yeah, maybe. It's now showing $59 again. So
yeah, that's probably just a little fucking stupid error by the software or whatever. Not a biggie. You're not going crazy. Don't worry about it. You're not all like me going crazy with your conspiracy theories. All right.
The knees are already there, so the mind's not sure to follow.
There you go. May God help you. That's all I'm going to say. May God help you. Ok, damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Celsius. Esta es una tabla divertida porque honestamente estos cracks han estado en ella y pueden ver que exactamente venimos a esta zona, aguantamos, rebotamos y aquí dijimos, aquí es donde podríamos rechazar y justamente estamos ante ello. Voy a quitar estas cosas. Solamente algo divertido. El análisis continúa siendo bastante similar de todas maneras para Celsius, por ejemplo. Les voy a poner, estamos en la diaria en este momento. Vienes de este mínimo, recuerda, o sea, si ves un poco más para atrás, ¿no? Vamos a echarnos un poco más para atrás para ustedes. Venimos a este mínimo justamente en febrero del 2025 por los aranceles. Después de ahí, alto, alto más alto, con bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Y en realidad aquí hay una línea de tendencia bastante sencilla de spotear, ¿no? Aquí. Entonces, eso es lo que yo pondría. Para que la puedan ver mejor, voy a quitar los promedios. Déjenme, la pinto correctamente. O lo haría de acá más bien. De aquí para acá. Vale. Con esta línea de tendencia. Estamos haciendo mínimos, mínimos más altos y continuando la tendencia. Mínimo en la diaria es lo que estamos viendo. Ahora me voy a acercar más a esta parte. Venimos mínimo, máximo, mínimo, máximo. Bueno, alto, bajo, alto, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. Y como cripto, sin llevarse acá. Y aquí lo que me da más esperanza alcista es que usaron este gap, lo pueden ver acá, para no llenarlo. Ninguna de estas velas llegó a tocar donde estaba el precio del gap. Por eso les digo que normalmente los gaps funcionan como una trampa para que la gente diga, no, güey, ahorita va a venir a cerrar el gap y ya chingamos porque ve esta línea también de tendencia que viene. Ahorita va a venir a rebotar acá, cierra el gap y nos vamos al cielo. Nel, pito, pito. ¿No? Como le dijo mi papá a mi mamá antes de hacerme. No, güey, qué horror, qué feo pensamiento. En fin. En fin, estamos ante este punto de resistencia en la línea meme, poniendo una vela por ahora bajista, pero vamos a ver cómo cierra. Vamos a estar pendientes para ver si podemos superar esto y básicamente eso. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral en Celsius, en chinga. Pueden ver que nuestro promedio del 9 está en los $50, nuestro promedio del 5 en los 45. Esta línea meme va a ser importante en los $46. Es la línea que no vas a querer perder, básicamente. Si te quedas por encima de los 46.90, vas a estar del otro lado y vas a poder acompañar esta subida al siguiente objetivo en los 80. Pero antes de poder acompañar esa subida, ¿qué es lo primero que necesitas? Cerrar por encima de la línea meme de los 60.87. Una vez que lo hagas, los 83 deberían de venir a ti. Volatilidad está en uno de los puntos más bajos de la tabla en toda la historia. La última vez que estuvo acá fue antes de este gran movimiento que dio a la alza. Así que atentos, Celsius podría estar a punto de hacer otro de estos movimientos potentes. Puede ser a la alza. Ahorita le daría más preferencia que sea a la alza que a la baja, pero nunca sabes. Mensual. Mensual habías tenido volatilidad expandiendo justamente de acá, pero una vez que expandió, se parece ahora sí que pene triste y está empezando a voltear a ver para abajo. Vamos a ver cómo cierra, pero esta expansión debería ser definitivamente positiva. Esto quiere decir que si ves que esto continúa dándole a la alza, esta vela va a continuar a la alza, la trimestral empezaría a apuntar para arriba y empezaríamos a ver una fiesta y Celsius vendría al siguiente objetivo de los $104. Por ahora, ¿dónde estamos? Lo que les digo es, tiene nuestro promedio el 9 y el 5. El 9 acaba, que es el azul, de cruzar por encima del 55, del 34 y le falta ahora el 21. Una vez que lo haga, esto nos va a probar que esto lleva demasiada fuerza en la mensual y esto nos debería de empujar aún más a la alza, sin duda alguna. Vamos a ver acá. Venimos de un rechazo del 78.6%, caímos hasta 61.8%, ahora el 50% y nos está aguantando. De poder aguantar este cierre en un mes, deberíamos de poder venir al siguiente objetivo, que son los 66. Cerrando ya en los 66, para mí vas a los 83. Y es lo que tienes que ver. Ahora, aquí abajo, primer objetivo a no perder, 53. Segundo, esta zona de los 46. En el peor escenario, deberían de aguantar los 41. El peor de los peores, y ahí ya se pondrían muchas cosas en cuestión. 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos volatilidad contrayendo. Esta contracción fue simplemente este ajuste, lo que nos dice que esto probablemente sea una corrección, en lo que volatilidad se prepara para dar otro movimiento. Aquí quieres aguantar estos $57 y abajo tienes los 52, pero en esta tabla de 2 semanas tienes tu media justamente con tu promedio del 21 y todo esto en la zona de los 46, que es la zona importante a aguantar si es que llega a haber ese retroceso acá. Nadie está diciendo que es garantizado y nadie está diciendo que tiene que pasar, por cierto. Solamente esa es la idea del retroceso más extremo que nos podría dar la tabla. Déjenme, veo, habíamos dicho volatilidad estaba contrayendo. Voy a ponerlo por acá, volatilidad contrayendo en la semanal también. Pueden ver que estamos por encima de la media, la línea del promedio del 9, el promedio de las 5 sesiones y continuamos para arriba. Esta línea no nos está rechazando, esta línea la acabo de conectar acá, así que no. Bueno, tienen que poner atención a ella porque si esto se convierte en rechazo, alto, alto, más bajo, ¿ok? Y luego deberías de buscar un bajo más bajo que este. Y eso te lo podría dar hasta la parte baja de la zona azul si llegas a rechazar la media en los 57 hasta los $50. Y de ahí promedio el 34 en los 46. Diaria tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subida de precio, no de una zona muy baja, lo que dice que este movimiento no va a ser brutalmente potente, pero lo único que necesitamos es treparnos por encima de estos 60.87, romper estos 61.50 y vámonos para arriba, como enfermos y como gorda en tobogán. La parte alta de la zona azul está en los 55 una vez más y nuestra media está en los 51. Les voy a pintar esta fotografía bastante fácil, tíos. Tíos, es la fotografía. Putin, Trump, Trump, Putin. Estamos básicamente en algo así, ¿no? Hasta ahora, esto esperaría yo que literalmente me haga borrar esta línea rápido, si es que puedo hacer esto. Eres alcista en Celsius, tienes y quieres agregar a tu posición, vas a tener dos probabilidades. La zona de los 55, la zona de los 50 y la zona más extrema va a ser esta. ¿Ok? Si llegas a ver caída, caída acá, te metes. Acá, abajo de los 46, yo cortaría. Si empiezo a ver cierres por debajo de 46 diarios, yo cortaría. Pero a los huevudos es cualquier toque de esta línea en los 40. Esta es ya la línea mortal. Si vienes y tocas esto rápido, ya chingaste. Ya, o sea, ya valió verga. En los $40. 46 es la última zona a esperar si eres alcista a poder hacer esto, esto o esto. Y si eres alcista inmediato y esto empieza a subir y ves que empieza a consolidar y cerrar por encima de los $61, acá tuviste uno, no, 1, 2, 3, el cuarto te lo bajó, 1, 2, 3, el cuarto te lo bajó. Quieres tener 4 cierres diarios aquí arriba en la zona de los 61 y de poder hacer eso vas a continuar a la alza. Y estamos equivocados si rompes los 40 para abajo. Rompes los 40 para abajo y esto es bajista. Pero por ahora esto tiene cara que es mucho más alcista que bajista. Siguiente objetivo es bastante sencillo acá. Voy a poner la de 2 semanas, que es la más fácil de todas. En la de 2 semanas, yo usaría el promedio del 9 de las 2 semanas como oportunidad, honestamente, pero pueden ver acá el 21 está coqueteando con esa línea de 46. Solamente para cerrar esto, siguiente objetivo de los 60, 83.29. Una vez que rompas 83.29 a la alza, alto histórico, y tu siguiente objetivo debería ser los $104. Ya lo tienes. Señor Alex, ready for the
Nice.
base of the coins.
Oh, I thought I was sharing it. Let me get that going. Nice. So Coinbase, it actually nicely held that $300 region. It's a big spot because Farna was actually having, I think we had an Academy long right there.
Yeah.
Solidly bullish above 300, target around that $335. Upon a reclaim of $335 would open up a new range.
Didn't even see how much it's gone up on the Academy loan.
Giving you, yeah, no, it's gone up nicely.
How much percentage from 300?
I'll be more accurate. We'll go 300 to there. Yeah, so a cheeky 27%.
Not bad.
It's not too bad. Getting back above that 335, open the new range. We've now moved up to that resistance at 380, essentially 381. And now it's just wait and watch mode. Do we reclaim 381, hold that, and make a new high on Coinbase? Or do we roll over? It's just that simple. You're either just going to hold it, reclaim, and move up, or this will be a spot of resistance. Now, again, similar with Bitcoin, can Coinbase afford a pullback is a good question. It absolutely can. You can see here that the 5-day trend is up. You have consistent higher lows, higher high, higher low, higher high. So if you ended up, let's say, rejecting 381, rejecting in quotation marks, just playing within this range, it's very similar to that $116,000 view on Bitcoin. Whereas as long as you do stay on Coinbase around $335, as long as you stay above that, I'm going to be looking at that as bullish and potentially the next higher low spot in the weekly. Now it's interesting because this weekly 9 got lost. It's getting reclaimed. And so if, again, you see 381 hold as resistance, just more argument for maybe this kind of price action. Visually, you see the bullish price action forming, higher low before the higher high break. That higher high break, if you get back above 381, can easily take you up to that 440 to 441. Just like I say, whenever you get very close to an all-time high, that's where you absolutely have to pay attention. It's very important for markets. You're either going to just make a new high or get some price divergence and actually get a pretty easy short. But in the meantime, right, you're getting a weekly above 381. This is really girthy, and to me, it doesn't really look like Coinbase is at extremes on volatility, and rather could actually break above the moving average into next week. It's something to be worth watching if you're not positioned, and if you're trying to short Coinbase. Granted, we tried to short here as a hedge for our $300 long. It's better to just wait and watch where this weekly goes because we have a very clear spot at 381. Specifically when Bitcoin's at resistance too, I think that's important to note. Let's go to the daily. Again, daily, why not? Throw the HP on. So right at that 78.6%. It's a nice perspective because you get back above 381, you'll make that move to that $400 region. Check the 2-day.
Above that, you should make all-time highs.
That's the idea because you're just doing this. So you just reclaim, you hold, you make a high. So yeah, that's like the simple view. That's just like the easy thing. If you want to be bullish, just watch for that. Just continuation up. And will it be easy? We'll know today. I mean, it literally was even on the daily here, not even chop. It was like reclaim, hold, expand. So really, yeah, 381 is the spot you need to hold today, get back above potential all-time high into next week or at the end of this month. But again, Bitcoin is at major resistance. It's at a big spot, still hasn't taken out its high. And well, Coinbase follows Bitcoin. So we're also at resistance. We're at a big spot. And this is the last spot that determined an all-time high. So definitely something to be paying attention. After a mega move of over 20% from that $300 region, if you've taken that academy long and you're in great profits, nothing wrong with de-risking here, waiting for some daily consolidation, then maybe getting a long like what we had here. Because you just don't want to be that guy made a crap ton of money and then just wanted the all-time high, but he could have just simply waited for that daily reclaim. Now, some opium for bulls is also daily volatility is still hot. It's very hot. It's firing off. Implications for maybe a 381 reclaim to an all-time high. That's why today's daily is going to be very important. Really, it is. And that's also going to be a weekly close as well. You're getting back above the weekly 9, back above 335, all while the weekly is still in a breakout. 38.2% top side is at 359. So just many things that if the daily can't get to 381, it's okay if this pulls back from here. Perfectly okay. So yeah, that's all I'm really watching. That gap you're watching finally is filled. Let's go to the bi-monthly real fast. Check how that looks. Nice, looks good. Held 300 on the bi-monthly. It's a good sign. Top side 38.2% at $413. Interesting. Looking at Bitcoin real fast. All right, why did I do that? Let's go here. I did post, for what it's worth, my short trade on the Academy. So, that's activated as well. For what it's worth, we'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, really, that's it. Watch the weekly. 381's the spot. Get above there. You can make a new high into next week. It's that simple. It'll start on the daily. Daily, we literally saw this before in July. So just mimic July's price action. If you get a nice girthy candle above 381, watch for the throwback. Ideally, any daily candle above will signal continuation up to 440 to 443. At that point, if we're going all the way up to that point, testing near the high, what's going to stop Coinbase from just going up and making a new high, potentially reaching $500? So, something to watch here, but still big resistance. And this daily's closing in 3 hours. So that's why I just think if you're not positioned, not really smart to be like scaling longs here before a daily close. Let's get 2 to 3 candle closures above, and then I'll give us confirmation.
Very nice, senor. Thank you so much. Okay. I'll do this. Coinbase. Thank you. Coinbase, siguiendo a Bitcoin más o menos por acá. Pueden ver, Bitcoin tuvo sus máximos históricos por acá. Estamos buscando que haga exactamente lo mismo. Si es que puede cerrar por encima de 123, 300, 200, ha sido la duda, ¿no? Y aquí lo habíamos dicho ahorita en la mañana y justamente estamos ante esta resistencia. Básicamente puedes ver uno y el otro y a ver cuál va a ser esto primero. Coinbase también está ante este punto. Coinbase lo está pasando, su resistencia en esos 381. ¿Qué hemos visto en Coinbase? Básicamente varias cosas. Les voy a llevar a la mensual porque no hay tantos datos como para una trimestral. Pero hemos dicho por acá, una vez que rompamos estos 381 sólidamente y empecemos a cerrar temporalidades altas por encima, deberíamos de ir a buscar el objetivo del patrón de la copa, de la taza y la agarradera, y eso está en los 657. Por ahora estamos en 382, peleándonos con resistencia, intentando ganarle, y todavía falta un mes entero para cerrar esto. Así que antes de excitarnos y ponernos locas, pongamos atención a eso. Otra cosa es, Coinbase tuvo esta explosión de volatilidad ante esta subida, y ahora pueden ver que la volatilidad está por debajo del promedio, pero recuerden, no es oficial. La última vez que cerramos estamos por arriba del promedio y ahora está por debajo. Está jugando un poco a la misma jugada de la trimestral de Bitcoin para que lo tengan presente, ¿ok? Por ahora estamos haciendo bajos, bajos más bajos, altos, altos más altos. Es totalmente cripto este pedo, ¿no? Pero está aguantando nuestro promedio del 5, que es justamente la línea meme amarilla por acá. El promedio del 5 está en los 350. Está en todas las métricas, eso es bastante alcista. 2 semanas encima del promedio del 9, el 5, todos en orden, perfectamente bien puestos. Volatilidad está contrayendo ante este movimiento y está contrayendo, no a un punto importante, pero a uno de los puntos bajos de la tabla. Yo creo que la media baja de la tabla es justamente acá arriba. Yo la pondría acá y ahora estamos por debajo de la media de estos movimientos. Voy a poner el HPDR para que lo puedan ver en putiza. Estamos entrando en la zona azul, estamos justamente ante la media y la media está en los 380, papi. 380 va a ser la clave para cerrar esta vela de 2 semanas la próxima semana. Si podemos cerrar por encima, vienes a 464 y esto te debería de poder llevar a siguientes objetivos bastante más arriba, junto a la línea meme por acá en los 657 eventualmente. Sería un gran rally de cripto. Ahora, semanal. Tienes volatilidad peleando para expandir de un punto interesante porque no es muy bajo, pero no es muy alto, no está en medio. Esto quiere decir que nos daría un movimiento agresivo, pero no tienes nada por ahora. Estamos rebotando justamente en el promedio del 9, apenas si lo tocamos, el promedio del 21 no lo tocamos y eso nos está llevando al 50%. Son a romper aquí 388. De romper los 388, siguiente objetivo debería de ser la línea meme, en realidad 430 y de ahí los 441. Una vez que estés por encima, $500. Diaria. Diaria tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante este movimiento y la volatilidad está expandiendo de un excelente lugar. Lo pueden ver por acá justamente. El 15% está acá y es lo que nos está dando este movimiento expansionario. Apenas estamos en 59% y no se ha detenido. Esto nos debería llevar más para arriba. El 88.3% está en los 402 y por encima de los 402, si podemos visitar los 430, empezaríamos a pintar esa fotografía de máximos históricos con mucha, mucha fuerza en esto. Ahora, para simplificarlo un poco para ustedes, ¿cuál es tu zona de breakout? Literalmente los 344. Si no te metiste en el long que mandó Farhan acá, no hay pedo. Lo que puedes hacer es esperar un retroceso a esta zona. O tu segunda opción, no hay retroceso a esta zona, Alejandro, ¿qué hacemos? Consolidación aquí. Tienes que ver 3 a 4 velas que cierren por encima de los 380 en la diaria. O empezar a ver vela semanal que literalmente solamente había cerrado una y eso te llevó aquí arriba, 3 y luego para abajo. Si tienes un cierre semanal que es en 3 horas y un día, en 3 horas y un minuto, por encima de esta línea meme, tu siguiente vela podría llevarte a alto histórico. No te estoy enseñando nada nuevo, lo estás viendo. Entonces, primera oportunidad de long, la más jugosa, sería en 343. Obviamente tus invalidaciones están muy abajo, para que sepas. 343. Segunda consolidación aquí arriba en los 380 es donde sería tu siguiente oportunidad. Ahora, ¿por qué no lo hago ahorita, Alejandro? ¿Por qué no me meto entonces ahorita en long? Porque ¿qué tal si esto cierra por abajo? ¿Qué tal si esto cierra acá y la próxima semana hace esto? Por eso. Y ahora entonces me meto en corto. No, porque traes fuerza. No solo tú, también. Bueno, ya Bitcoin se está dando la vuelta justamente en nuestra zona de rechazo interesante. Y es otra cosa que tienes que ver acá. Tienes que asegurarte que este no vaya a darte ese mismo rechazo que te está dando Bitcoin ahorita. Y ahora, Bitcoin se puede voltear en unas horas y darse la vuelta e irse a chingar a su madre. No bien. pero tienes que esperar a ver esto. Y estamos mal si nos llevamos literalmente los 343 a la baja y luego los 303. La zona de los 300 es la más importante. Esto por debajo, vas al pito. Estando por arriba, deberías de poder tener shots a buscar este máximo histórico. Ya lo tienen. Vamos a ver Tesla con el gran Farhan. ¿Cómo de que no?
Vámonos.
Vámonos.
Vamos.
You know what would have been nice in
Mm.
Tesla? If you bought right here in 215 and then you sold up here at resistance.
That would have been amazing. I wonder who did that.
By the way, I've never in my life done anything like this. This is the biggest, I don't understand why it happened thing that's ever happened to me. So never. I've never done a bottom and a top like so well.
Oh, you've done both, huh? Both positions, the bottom and the top.
Dude, I don't play games. I'm always committed to both things, to anything that I do.
You gotta try. You gotta try both. Can't say you tried it if you haven't been a bottom and a top. I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
all
a
right.
child.
It's my fault for opening the door for that.
On the quarterly, we have momentum still pointed to the upside, very close to making it into the bullish control zone, with volatility now freshly going into an expansion phase, and the jewel still giving you a buy signal. But I wouldn't necessarily look at this as a straight up from here, and we're going to go up to new all-time highs right away because we just got a fresh closer over at 38.2%. We got quite a girthy green dildo on the quarterly. This is from open to close. Up a 49% quarterly candle. I think it's a lot more likely we're going to get a little bit of a pullback first before we go straight up. And pullback targets are going to be somewhere around our, at a very least, which I don't think is going to be at the bottom, is going to be this meme line. I think that's a little too easy. I think it's likely going to go a little deeper than that and go reconnect with our quarterly 5 EMA. And it's going to be a little bit of a scary target right now, but that's sitting somewhere around $369, which is a very nice number, especially since this is a Tesla and it's a very meme-like number, $369. That would be a pullback from our current wick high of roughly 20%. So in traditional market terms, that would put Tesla in a bear market. But for anyone who is more used to crypto, that's like kind of a sneeze for a 20% pullback from your current cycle high. I mean, not cycle high, but rally high. And is there any divergence? No, not quite. No divergences at all. And that lower target is going to make sense once we get to the lower time frames. Right now, monthly, it's also positioned to the upside. Monthly is taking out these previous lows of momentum or price put in a higher low, giving you monthly hidden bullish divergence, which was confirmed on the last monthly candle, with monthly momentum very close to going into an expansion phase with that hidden bullish divergence and momentum to the upside. And if you check out the jewel is now starting to curve back around and give you a fresh buy signal on the monthly. With that monthly bullish divergence and that buy signal and the closure over the 38.2%, it puts monthly also into a very bullish posturing. But just like the quarterly, I would expect a little bit of a pullback first to tap somewhere between our 5 and our 9 EMA. The reason I think the 9 is a lot more likely is because the 9 lines up more with our quarterly 5 EMA and also lines up with the monthly 38.2% at around that $350 to $360 zone. But there is a very high probability that you will bounce from this zone, because if you were to just draw a little bit of a meme line in here and you were to see how this area is respected, let's draw this in, make the HPDR disappear for a second. So you wouldn't really need to have that 38.2% on the HPDR. Just really have that 9 EMA, draw this little line across there, resistance, 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 broke out. Resistance, this was support, resistance, breakdown. So this is a very significant area, and now that we have the HPDR, we can see that that's also our 38.2% on the HPDR, which means it's very likely going to be a significant area of support. You know, the 2 week 2-week is also positioned to the upside right now, but it's very close to flipping back down and very close to losing the bullish control zone, with volatility still expanding in an expansion phase. And the 2-week is now putting in quite the top candle. Based off of this alone, I wouldn't need to see it close below this wick low for the bullish, the bearish engulfing. You don't really need that. Just this shooting star candle is enough to get it pulled back to somewhere around that 9 EMA, which right now is at about $368, $369. Similar level as we just saw. And the median is a little bit lower, although I don't think we're going to go that low. That's sitting at about 336. I think we're more likely going to bounce off the 9 and end up closing over the 38.2%. Weekly also positioned to the upside, although weekly, just like the 2-week, is close to flipping down. The weekly is closer than the 2-week because we are closer to the moving average, and volatility is also close to going into contraction. Weekly is very close to putting in a bearish engulfing, and that would give us a target of hitting somewhere around this bottom 38.2%, around like $370-ish. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly, same target. 2-day also positioned to the downside, with volatility now sitting almost at extreme lows, and the 2-day jewel is very close to giving you a God mode sell signal. It's already giving you the God mode background, but it's only on a neutral just now. Very likely, if we were to close anywhere below about $435, this is going to confirm as a sell signal. Oh, we're at the mean number now of 420. We are now below the median as well. Median's at $430. Close below the median, very likely going to come down minimum to this 21 EMA, which is at about $390. Although I do think you're going to go lower towards the 55, which is at that $360-ish area. Right, it's a little bit low. It's the 350s, but it's going to slowly rise up with every close. Daily is now freshly breaking into the bearish control zone, with volatility expanding, and the daily giving you a God mode sell signal. And is there any possible? So there's still, what is this close? $423. So as long as we don't close below $423, there will be possibility for hidden bullish divergence. Once we close below $423, that possibility will be gone. And then you're more likely to come down towards somewhere around $370-ish right here for about 55 EMA. So once you get into the lower time frames, then it starts to make sense why I'm looking for such a deep pullback on the quarterly.
That's crazy.
And it will take you to extreme areas on the daily, giving you significant probabilities of a bounce in this zone. Imagine if it does pull go all the way down to like 360s, and you sold that exact top. You're going to be feeling quite cheeky.
Oh my God. It already feels crazy because it's gone down like over 10% easy. Hang on, let me measure.
Ultimate
Right now
clue.
it's down, yeah, almost 11%.
The money is nice, but the clute is arguably nicer.
I don't care for that. People still think I'm retarded, and by the way, they're completely right. So that's that. No one will listen to anything that's free. You know what my hit rate on my portfolio on stocks is? 100%. In 2 years,
That's
I
quite
haven't
impressive.
fucked one up.
That is actually insanely impressive.
And by the way, I feel like everyone is probably there, but it's 100% in the past 2 years. I haven't missed a single trade, and I give them for free to people, and they don't take them because they're not paying. Which, by the way,
Because
I love.
you're not wearing a suit.
That again?
It's because you're not wearing a suit. You're not charging a monthly subscription for it.
Exactly. It's incredible to see it. I actually enjoy that.
And the 4 hours, well, is also pointing to the downside now. 423. So we're also 4 hours very close to making it impossible to put in a hidden bullish divergence because we're close to taking out that previous 4-hour major low. Although we are getting close to a bounce area because of how deep you are into the bearish control zone, this is the area where we had our last micro low. But since if we do get a bounce from here, that bounce likely takes us to this 21 EMA and this 38.2%, around $430, $435, and you'd like to get a rejection from that zone and end up going lower. And you're also getting a fresh sell signal, which also supports that idea of lower. Let's go to the RSI. You may have a 100% hit rate on stocks, but Bitcoin never went to 12,000.
Right? That's absolutely it. That's absolutely it. And they're, by the way, they're completely right. They're absolutely right. That is fucking phenomenal, dude. Phenomenal. I actually get messages now from people going like, "You're a car YouTuber," because I do videos in English now. You're a car YouTuber. Stick to that. You don't know what you're talking about. Anyone that jumped on my Lucid trade is either 50 to 35% up in a month, and that's the
Wasn't
first
it?
one that I threw in. Huh?
Wasn't it before your whatever you are? Stop making car videos.
What do you mean?
Before people used to say stop making car videos. You know, stick to phones or whatnot.
Yeah, finance. Yeah. And now this. Yeah, it's incredible. No.
It's gonna circle, and eventually they're gonna say stick to stocks.
When because at some point I will obviously change it to something else, because I always get bored like around every 5 years, and when I do, I'll definitely get that. Get back to stocks, dude. You don't know what you're talking about with this other thing. It's been a never ending cycle of I'm not good enough for anything. It's pretty good. And they're, like I said, they're right. They're absolutely right.
It's a level of privilege to be able to do something badly and still continue to do it.
And not only that, and making a lot of money from it. It's pretty
Even
crazy.
more.
Yeah.
Quarterly, still continuing on that hidden bullish divergence, although this is very, very arguable that this is played out considering you've already tapped that bullish control zone. But the invalidation is still significantly lower than where we are right now. It will be invalidated with a close below about $288. And your next target on that divergence will be another connection with this bullish control zone, which right now is about $459. Critical zone is going to update, and I'm not going to give this number really much importance because it's way higher than I think is reasonable, sitting at around $1,342. The first level is going to that I have is going to be that next HBR level around $600. Let me change this RSI. I'll change it to, let's see, for the bullish control zone from 62. I'll change it to 65 and see what number that gives us. About $543. Not bad. That lines up with that mid $500 area. Monthly, nothing there. 2-week currently has active bearish divergence, although this is kind of a formality because this will invalidate with any close over about $395.
So
Three-day
basically,
currently has
you
3
have 2
drives.
hours to not close under.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of looks ugly, but still I think is going to invalidate that divergence.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. That'd be quite a dump.
In the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
And you'll probably feel even better then.
I already feel good. I see the money in the bank account. I feel great. It's fucking amazing.
3-day also has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Already hit the critical zone. Your next target would be another tap of that critical zone, same $450 number we just saw. That would be wouldn't take out this wick high, but it would put you back into the critical zone. Volatility is not quite topped out just yet, though, so you could see another move up from here. You just want to see this 3-day 5 EMA hold. Lose the 5 EMA, then you're going to get a deeper pullback to that $360 zone. 2-day, nothing. Daily currently has 3 drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about $470.75. Easy target is the neutral zone, which right now is at about 410. Next target is the bearish control zone, which is quite likely considering you're sitting at 4% volatility. And that right now sits at about $355, which is very close to that $360 number. 4-hour currently has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 446.76, very close to hitting the bearish control zone, which right now is at about 410. Critical zone likely updates in 15 minutes, and right now it's at 303. I'd like to see this move closer to 360. 2-hour, nothing. Oops, I accidentally saved that. Wrong one. Tesla. Quarterly is freshly flipping to the upside on momentum, rejecting the bearish control zone, and volatility is now expanding from the same level it was in 2019 before we went to about $300 from $14. And momentum is now entering into the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $273.50. Monthly also freshly flipped up, with volatility approaching the same level as we were at when we went to the new all-time highs in October. And we were going to be flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone as long as you're closing over $360 basically. And we're very close to entering into the bullish control zone. On this next open, we will enter the bullish control zone. Last time we firstly entered into the bullish control zone on the monthly was about here. We went to new all-time highs. We entered the bullish control zone. This was a rejection of the bullish control zone. Over here, we firstly entered the bullish control zone in about 2020, and we went to significantly new all-time highs. 2-week also flipped up with volatility expansion, and you will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $330.50. Weekly is also flipped up with volatility expansion from many periods of 0%, and you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over $409.50. Let's say 410. 5-day also flipped up with volatility expansion from many periods of 0%, flipped up as long as you're closing over 410. 2 days currently freshly flipped down with volatility now going into a contraction phase, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 456.50. Daily also flipped down with volatility now at extreme lows, and daily will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 465. And let's zoom in a little bit. There is a lower high giving you daily bearish divergence, which is now confirmed with momentum flipping to the downside. It gives you a target somewhere around like your easy target is you're about to hit about at 415, which is your 21 EMA. Likely gives you somewhat of a bounce. That bounce maybe takes you up to that 430 area, but eventually you're likely coming down to this 51 at that $370 to $380 zone. And 4 hours now freshly flipped down with the derp of death and volatility expansion from extreme lows, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below about $457. Back up. So the higher time frames are looking very bullish to me on Tesla, with momentum remaining to the upside, getting a very strong quarterly candle close. In one quarterly candle, we went from the open to the close of almost 50%, around 49% in one candle, reclaiming all of our major EMAs. But I do think based off of that and the divergences that we have now confirmed on Tesla that we get and closing over the 38.2%, that we get a little bit of a pullback from here to retest our 5 EMA on the quarterly, take out all of these late longs that long the very girthy green dildo candle closure, and on our lower time frames which do have momentum starting to flip down, dailies putting in bearish divergence. Do think you will get on the short term move down to tap our 21 EMA around $415. Very high probability you'll get a bounce from that zone though, and that bounce likely takes you up towards that 9 EMA around $430. However, based off of the daily bearish divergence, I do think that will reject and take you eventually down towards that daily 55 EMA around $370 to $380. But based off of the monthly and quarterly freshly being flipped up and rejecting the bearish control zone, I do think you will bounce from that zone and get a very strong bounce. And from there, I think you're going to go towards somewhere around low to mid $500, and then your next level is somewhere in the $600 zone.
your critical zone target, we're not going to be able to see until the next update, because I don't think we're going to go to $1,342. I think that number is a little too extreme.
Yeah, just a little.
Wherever that critical zone target is on this next open, I think that's what our number is going to be, and I'd like to see it ideally somewhere around like $600, because that's what lines up with the HPDR. If not, then that's what we're going to be targeting based off of the hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. On the low time frames, to put it into summary, you are getting daily bearish divergence and momentum flip down all the way down to the 4-hour with a derp of death. And you're soon going to get volatility expansion with that momentum to the downside once you lose about $415. That likely gives you that move to somewhere around 370 to 380. And the invalidation right now for the move down to 370, 380 is basically just getting a tick over our current highs of $470.75. If you want to do something on a closing basis, that's easier. Let's see. Come on. Basically, just on a 4-hour, if you get a close over about $446, say $450, that would also do it, and very likely send you back up to current all-time highs. And the invalidation for being bullish, medium to long term, will be, I'd use basically a tick below 273 or a weekly close below about 314. Either one of those two things, and you're likely going to come back down and retest at least somewhere between around this 100 EMA at 250, and then your next level is going to be, which I think you're likely going to go to if you do end up getting a breakdown here. I think you're going to find your way around this 200 SMA around $180. Although I still think this is going to be a very good opportunity long term, and I would advise bidding this $180 area. But my bias more is right now towards a little bit of a pullback to around 415 for a little bounce. Maybe takes you to 430 rejection, and then from there to around like 380 to 370, and from there I think we go to somewhere around $500.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll do. Enjoy yourself out there. Have fun. Say what's up to Alex, and let me know if you need anything. I'll be on my phone. Well, I won't, but I will. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Muchas gracias and hasta luego. And
Enjoy,
buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Listo, damas y caballeros. Tenemos Tesla. Lo estamos viendo justamente acá. Saben ustedes perfectamente lo que hice. Me voy a hacer, o sea, les voy a decir esto. Reinicio todo. No soy ni alcista ni bajista en Tesla en este momento. Me da igual, ¿no? Me da absolutamente igual. Entonces, quiero solamente hablar de los movimientos en corto, no en largo plazo, que estamos viendo. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral en Tesla. Esto es algo importante. ¿Por qué? Porque habíamos visto que Tesla había tenido este setup de volatilidad que había expandido desde acá, que es uno de los setups básicamente más bajos de toda la historia, y es lo que nos llevó a estos máximos. Pero ahora se está yendo de lado y pondría atención acá. Ahora, tuviste la vela de trimestral más alta que has tenido bueno, con el cierre más alto que has tenido en toda la historia, pero no la más alta en toda la historia. Esto debería de ser alcista, pero ¿qué le gusta hacer a Tesla cuando hace estas cosas, cuando hace un máximo histórico? Le gusta poner este estilo de instantáneamente putas reversiones gigantescas, como lo hizo acá y lo volvió a hacer acá, donde dices, no hay manera de que pueda bajar tanto en una puta vela. ¿Cómo de que no, carnal? Permíteme probarte que sí, ¿no? Y ahora acá es justamente lo que tenemos que pensar. Nos va a dar el mismo trato Tesla y nos va a tirar hasta acá para después continuar a la alza, o vamos a ir a visitar nuevas fronteras. Hemos tocado el promedio del 34, 1, 2, 3, en 3 ocasiones. ¿Lo iremos a tocar, romper y bajar más de él? No sé, mínimo el 34 debería de aguantarnos, espero. Por ahora, Tesla está en una tendencia alcista, lo pueden ver por acá, bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, y altos, altos más altos. Y por ahora la pregunta es, alto, bajo. ¿Este fue el alto antes de hacer un bajo o simplemente lo va a continuar para arriba? Esa va a ser nuestra pregunta en este momento. Mensual. Mensual, habíamos también tenido el cierre más alto de toda la historia en la mensual, y este cierre acá nos debería de poner en una excelente posición a menos de que sea un SFP. Todavía faltan 28 días para cerrar esta vela mensual, pero si llegamos a cerrar por debajo de los 4.15 la mensual, yo empezaría a ponerme la idea de que vamos a tener un patrón de reversión duro en esto. Que esto, no un patrón de reversión, una reversión dura a la verga, así tal cual como lo escuchas. Esta línea meme resultó ser bastante útil. Ahora yo la pondría, si eres alcista, quieres romper este máximo y esta línea meme. Es básicamente eso. Por ahora en la mensual tenemos, un segundo, tenemos a el tío Salo dibujando todas las estupideces que puede en su tabla. No tenemos nada, tenemos solamente volatilidad contrayendo ante este subidongo. Eso es la mensual. Les voy a poner el HPDR para que lo puedan ver también y ver dónde estamos en el HPDR. Habíamos topado en el 78.6% en este máximo histórico, en el 78.6%, y en estos de antes, en el 2020, que son los que tuvieron los setups de volatilidad potentísimos, llegamos hasta casi el 100% a la parte alta, pero es la única vez. De todos estos rallies siempre hemos topado en el 78.6%. ¿Y lo tocamos o no? En este, lo tocaste acá, pero acá no. Y ese está en 610. Ahora este puede ser el tope, ¿no? Completamente y no hacer un doble techo en el pecho y quedar ahí. Entonces, solamente quiero anotar eso. Por ahora, lo que estamos viendo es básicamente el precio caer del 61.8%, que coincide con la línea meme en los 430. Y siguiente objetivo debería ser de los 414 en la línea meme y de ahí el 50% en los 384. El primer objetivo de promedios está en los 365, que nos pone ya abajo esta línea meme y abajo esta línea meme, y quiero que lo entiendan. Tienes caídas brutales. Cada que pierdes los 370, después de estar encima de ellos, ve hasta dónde te lleva. 370, pierdes, ve hasta dónde te lleva. Entonces, para mí los 370 es la zona importante a detener si soy alcista y continúo siendo alcista y digo, güey, viene el coche más barato de Tesla, viene Tesla AI, si no crees en FSD, todas esas mamadas que todo el mundo está diciendo en este momento. Si pierdes esta zona y te vas para abajo, vas a ir para abajo y no mamadas, ¿ok? Eso es lo que estaría diciendo. Por ahora, simplemente tenemos, güey, llegaste al tope, estás respirando, esperemos que haya consolidación acá, si son alcistas, y continúe a la alza. Es la mensual. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, donde habíamos tenido volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subida, pero ahora se está yendo de lado y estamos viendo esta vela roja. Bien, llegamos a casi el 78.6%, nos rechazó, perdimos el 61.8% y una vez más el 50% coincide con la línea meme en los 4.14, 4.15. De perderla, la parte alta de la zona azul está en los 3.90 y el promedio del 9 está a punto de llegar ahí, que es donde yo esperaría se detuviera esto. Porque si llegas a los 3.70 y te lleva a los 3.70 y caes al promedio del 9 en los 3.54, ahí, por más que continúes haciendo bajos más altos, yo ya me preguntaría si en verdad va a tener ese gran diciembre, como siempre tienen estos, bueno, no, Tesla en realidad no tanto. Vamos a ver si va a tener un buen diciembre o no. Nuestra media de 2 semanas y nuestro promedio del 21 están justo en la línea meme en los 334. Y de perderlos, la parte baja de la zona azul está en esta línea meme en los 300. Y bueno, si pierdes 300, te imaginas a dónde vas, ¿no? Semanal, estábamos calientes, cabrón. Estábamos calientes, andábamos buscando llegar a la parte alta del 88.3%. Esta vela va a cerrar. Uf, esta vela puede ser una vela envolvente bajista. Ahora, ya tuvimos una de esas hoy. Si esta vela semanal, si hoy cierra Tesla por debajo de 419, que me parece que es el bajo de esta vela, low, 419.08. Si Tesla cierra debajo de 419.08 hoy, estarías básicamente creando una vela envolvente bajista, y esa vela envolvente bajista tendría que dar un cierre. Ahorita se los voy a poner en la diaria. Así que no quieres cerrar cerca de esta línea meme, quieres cerrar donde estás. No quieres perder los 420, 419, aguantar con todo. De hacerlo empezarías. Ahora, esto una vez que se pinta esta vela no quiere decir que es el final de todo. Y tienes este gap que podría funcionar como una trampa antes de un rebote, ¿ok? ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que esto es algo que la gente estaría buscando a que se llenara en los 390 y puede que no llegue, por lo que los 400 tal vez nos aguanten, 405 más o menos, y de ahí podamos rebotar a la alza. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar exactamente en la diaria. Diaria tienes volatilidad preparando un movimiento cabrón con la volatilidad en puntos muy bajos. Déjenme pongo mi línea meme tradicional y vamos a esperar este movimiento. Ahora, en la diaria ya estás perdiendo esto. El 61.8% es la 414. Llegas ahí, vas a valer verga. Bueno, no, tranquilo, Alejandro, no te pongas loco. 61.8% y ya, bueno, extremos serían estos, pero esto es una gráfica diaria y puede tomar bastante tiempo en consolidar todo, así que tienen que entender esto. Esto, voy a quitarlo. No necesitamos el HPDR para ver mis grandes niveles de Tesla. Güey, no sabes lo que está haciendo. Bueno, venimos justamente aquí, a los 370 a perder, a topar por ahora. Esta vela ocupa de acá hasta acá, lo que hace que esta vela sea una vela envolvente bajista y encima una vela envolvente bajista con cambio de dirección. El problema que están todos ustedes, si siguen en esto y están enfrentando, si son alcistas por ahora, no estoy diciendo que sea para siempre, solamente por ahora, es lo siguiente. Si llegas a cerrar, y esta es la primera, ¿no? Por debajo de esto y ve dónde estás, que son los 435, digamos. Si vas a cerrar por debajo, confirmarías esta vela de reversión de tendencia. ¿Ok? Y ahora, ¿eso qué quiere decir? ¿Que se acabó la fiesta? No, simplemente puede ser bajista por un rato y venir y estar chingando por acá y luego por acá y luego por acá y acá es donde todo el mundo dice, ya valió verga, y luego vas a tener un rebote acá todo el mundo va a decir, ya chingamos, nos vamos a altos históricos y pito. No, es más o menos como funciona este pedo. Entonces, ¿quieres ser alcista en Tesla? Lo primero que te gustaría el día de hoy es poder cerrar por encima de 435. Lo segundo que te gustaría, si no puedes hacer eso, es poder aguantar los 414. Si no aguantas el cierre por encima de 414 o en los 414, esto va a caer más fuerte de lo que pensamos y más rápido de lo que pensamos y no nos gustaría ver eso. Ahora, me gusta la trampa del gap que existe acá. Lo que estamos pensando es que Tesla muy probablemente vaya a hacer esto, o hasta acá, esto, y aquí aguantar, dar otro putazo para acá, hacer pensar a todo el mundo que va a altos históricos, y ahí ya veremos. Ahí es donde dejo el ya veremos. Por ahora, estoy fuera de mi posición, muy contento. Ya ha bajado más de 10% del tope. Así que estoy contento, no estoy pensando en esto, no estoy estresado, nada. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es Tesla para que lo vean. Pues Lucid está jugando para los que siguen Lucid, ¿no? Que saben que soy un degenerado y que esta es mi acción del momento. Lucid puede tener hoy, si cierra por debajo de los 24.05, es debajo del promedio del 9, un viaje a los 26.31. ¿Qué es lo que buscamos si somos alcistas en Lucid? Poder llevarnos este promedio del 200. Hasta ahora lo está respetando mucho. La cosa es, antes, y tienen que verlo acá, lo hemos roto 1000 veces al alza y hemos hecho ese pis como locos al alza y esta vez no vas a poder. Si no puedes, esto nos va a dar la oportunidad que estamos buscando en esta zona. ¿Ok? Si no podemos romper ese SMI 200. Si rompemos el SMI 200, vamos 26.55 primero, después vamos a los 33 y en el mejor escenario, que es el que estoy buscando yo, $37. Ahí es donde yo me desharía haría de mi posición rápido con todo y que tenga que pagar más impuestos porque simplemente la ganancia ya sería demasiado apetitosa en muy poco tiempo para desaprovecharla. Y ahí lo tienen. No creo que les tenga que contar más. Lo están viendo en vivo y en directo, damas y caballeros. Un día muy divertido en el mercado, honestamente. ¿Qué es lo que estábamos viendo? Estábamos viendo Bitcoin también. Bitcoin que tuvo el rechazo que dijimos. Se los voy a poner acá en pantalla una vez más para que lo puedan ver. Hasta ahora está rechazando tal cual. Véanlo en nuestra zona. Entonces, la gente que tomó el corto de la academia está chingándole rico por ahora. No desaprovechen la oportunidad. Métanse en temporalidades más cortas a ver dónde podrían haber EMAs, es el primer rebote. Y pues, primera posibilidad, la parte baja de esta vela en los 120-300, segunda probabilidad 117. Eso es la de 12 horas, 4 horas, 121, 125, 120, 500 es lo que suena a la zona potente de oportunidad. 121, 120, 500, 120, 700 para un buen take profit, como los del tío Salo de putito. No, más bien de pocos huevos. Es como se dice, de pocos huevos. Y pues ahí quedamos. Muy feliz viernes para todos ustedes. Por favor, no caigan en las estupideces de lo de la inflación y todo eso, carnales, entiéndanlo, lo platicamos al principio del show. Nos están contando una historia que no tiene nada que ver con la realidad. Dejen de enfocarse en eso. Salgan más a la calle, que les dé el sol, vayan a la playa si pueden, vayan al bosque, vayan a donde sea que sea natural, diviértanse, pásenla muy bien, quiéranse mucho y nos vemos mañana para un Nadie Me Preguntó.